Hello, and welcome back to another week of the Mighty Dave Show. This week, once again, it is the Mighty Dave and Ari show, though. Today we have Ari, and while Blinson was here last week, he is absent, and in his stead we have Abe Froman, a.k.a. Dave, from Minnesota. Couldn't tell by his accent. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing, Dave?
Which one?
You?
That was the joke.
I see. She's got jokes. I was thinking about this. Since Ari is now a member of this podcast, should we think about renaming this since, although Ari is a honorary Dave, she is technically not a Dave.
Ah, nice. Blackhawk scored.
Well,
Betting.
I mean, if she's going to keep rubbing that on our face, maybe we don't. By the way, as of today, we are like a fifth of the way through the season. If the playoffs had started today, the Blackhawks would not have been in.
Okay, so that's the actual.
I'm not even saying that to talk shit to you. I'm saying that because I find it amazing, seeing as most people predicted that they were the favorites going into this season. So that's a little bit amazing. Do you think that it's just a product of injury, or is there a greater problem here?
It's not really an injury problem. We've actually been relatively lucky with injuries, although Johnny Aduya and Patrick Sharp are both out. Dan Carcillo is out, but that's not a big loss. Some might argue with addition by subtraction, but I don't want to prevaricate. I just want to say that goal was Kane to Taves, or Taves to Kane, and it should always be that way. It's why this is so great. We just had a really slow start to the season. I think a little bit like the Flyers or Rangers last year. It just took a little while to get going. I think some of them might be kind of some disappointment from last year. Brad Richards took a while to kind of figure out the program. He looks a lot better now than he did. And it's going to come together. I'm not that worried about it, honestly. Also, part of the reason that we are out of the playoff spot is that some teams have had unusually lucky starts. I think that actually, I'm kind of buying what Nashville's selling, not to the tune of first in the league, but I like Nashville. Winnipeg is not going to be this good. Calgary is not going to be this good. It's going to the ship is going to right itself.
I haven't fully bought into Nashville yet. I want to see if they can sustain this through the second half of the season, because that's when it's really going to matter.
I mean, at least I buy that Pekka Rinne is a good goalie, as opposed to Andrei Pavelec, who we all know is a bad goalie.
Yeah.
I think that I picked Nashville to make the playoffs, so I definitely believed in them before the season started, and I know Dave and I had argued about this before, but I mean, when you have a guy like Rinne that did not play all last season, and they still were in ninth, I think, at the end of last year, you had to know that they'd be right there this year again, especially with their improved offense. But Philippe Forsberg, I don't know if he can continue at the pace he's going. I know that he was projected to be a Rookie of the Year possible candidate, but I don't know. I think he's top 20 right now in scoring in the league, and I don't know if that he'll end up there.
I think he's like tied for 7th. He's like top 10.
Is he? Wow. So that's even better
I was looking today.
Yeah, he's tied for 6th actually right now.
Oh, good job, Ari.
Good job, Ari.
Good job, Ari.
Yeah.
There was no contempt there, I swear.
He and Mark Giordano both have 20 points right now. But he's done it in 16 games, and he's plus 19. Kid is on fire.
20% is also 16%.
That's not sustainable. Normally.
No.
I mean, unless you're Stamkos. Stamkos always has close to 20% shooting.
Okay, unless we think Forsberg is the new Stamkos, which I don't think he is. I think he's really good.
But if you look, I mean, anybody that's going to have a breakout year goal-scoring-wise will generally have something like that. So I don't think that's necessarily uncommon for somebody to have a season like that, but for a career, no, that's not sustainable. When you look at the guys that led the league in goal-scoring last year, obviously Ovechkin was number 1, but he takes a ton of shots, so it's hard to say. But Perry shot 15%, Pavelski shot 18%, Pacioretty shot 14%. So it is a little above average, but I wouldn't necessarily say it's that far above to where he's going to drop off significantly.
I think 17% is just about what Alex Steen was shooting before his injury, and that's kind of a similar kind of year to what we're seeing. Although Alex Steen was obviously not a rookie.
Ari's confirming. Philippe Forsberg will go down with an injury.
Sorry.
Nashville fans, you can blame her.
Oh, God. They already hate me.
What, all 5 fans are going to blame her?
I have it on full confidence they can fill at least half their arena. The other half is full of Blackhawks fans. I know Megan is at the Red Wings Blackhawks game tonight, and she was complaining there are too many Blackhawks fans there. We are everywhere. You can't stop the signal.
It's the bandwagon effect. The Kings feel it as well. That's what happens when you start getting good. Also, your team's been around since, 1926, so...
I will say, even when we were terrible, we usually did a pretty good job of getting fans to Detroit. We couldn't fill the United Center to save our fucking lives, but we could definitely get half the stadium in Detroit.
So I asked the question, who's had the luckiest start to the season? And Bufflin Downey says Pavlik.
True.
I think that's interesting. I mean, he is having a better than expected year, as are the Jets, who are currently sitting in a playoff spot. But who do you guys think has had the luckiest start to the season?
An interesting question.
I mean, even as a fan of the Kings, I would say maybe Tanner Pearson. Because I think nobody expected him or the Kings to be scoring as much as they did early on. We expected it from Toffoli and Carter, but I didn't expect Pearson to be anywhere near in the Rookie of the Year conversation.
It's hard to determine luck, especially when guys have been in the league for a few seasons. Because it's. I just think that's at that point, they're kind of having a season where it's unexpected with how they're scoring. It's possible that's just skill finally showing through.
Do you think a guy like Patrick Hornquist is lucky this season because he's playing with Crosby? Do you consider that luck, or do you consider that smart management by Pittsburgh for trading for him?
I consider that fortunate for Hornquist.
I mean, I guess it's luck that he got traded.
I wouldn't call his 18 points in 14 games luck, just because look who he's playing with.
I guess I tend to think of luck as a, series of flukes that are, coincidentally together, not sustainable. So by my own definition, I guess this maybe doesn't fit. But Verbata on the Canucks had a really lucky start to the season. In terms of scoring a lot, way more than he did with the Coyotes. His shooting percentage is a couple points higher than it's been career-wise. And he was lucky to be playing with the Sedins, who are going to, have that winger. Whoever the other winger on the Sedins is going to get a lot of points. Just by virtue of Henrik and Daniel.
Anybody playing with Henrik Sedin is going to score.
So I guess it's a similar situation to Hornquist. So then I guess, yeah, he is lucky. I just talked myself in a complete rhetorical circle.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I call that luck or just good coaching.
That's true too. I mean, it could be a system thing.
Yeah.
There are definitely teams where you go to that team and you automatically score more. Pittsburgh is one of those. Chicago is one of those. The Ducks are one of those. So.
I'll tell you what. You know who's had the unlucky start to the season? Kari Lehtinen.
Yeah.
I mean, he's unlucky because he's had just really bad luck, some really fluky goals. This is not his save percentage for the season that we're looking at right now. But also unlucky because that Dallas defense is so bad. Unlucky to be behind it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
See, well, I'm actually going to say that puck luck is completely different than just luck in general. I mean, you could say some guy like Corey Perry's been unlucky because he got the mumps, who gets the mumps when you're 29 years old? Like,
Corey Perry.
I mean, there's different factors to luck, but I don't know. I once heard somebody say that luck should never be something you talk about in sports because generally luck is the residue of design. And those that work harder get luckier, and those that don't obviously don't. So for me, it's more a matter of just circumstances.
In sports, yes, I would agree with that.
I'd agree with that generally, with one caveat. I think that over long periods of time, luck does even out, and that everyone gets about the same bounces over, a season or 2 seasons. But, in 15 games, I think that luck can play a role. If you work hard, then you can erase the factor of luck. But, when someone like a really streaky scorer, I don't know.
Kopitar, Thornton.
Yeah, someone like Kopitar doesn't score for, 5 or 6 games. It's not because he's not working hard. He's just a little unlucky, and it'll come. Oh, Kopitar did score last night, didn't he? How about that?
No, we got shut out last night. He scored 2
Oh. Oops.
I was at that game, actually. And I'm not just saying this because it's the best game I've been to this season, and maybe it was just the crowd, but that Kings-Ducks game, if you didn't watch it on Wednesday night, was maybe the most entertaining hockey game in the NHL this season. And I don't think that I or Kings or Ducks fans are alone in thinking that. So, what do you guys think has been the most entertaining game this season?
I didn't catch that Kings-Ducks game because it was late. But I really enjoyed Toronto beating Boston 6-1. Like, I'm not a Leafs fan, but that was good for me emotionally.
Go ahead, Dave.
I was going to say, I really enjoyed the Minnesota-St. Cloud game last week, something like that.
College hockey?
Yeah. Who was it? I believe, Justin Clues. He had a hattie. So it was actually a fun game to watch.
Speaking of college hockey, University of Minnesota plays back-to-back against University of Minnesota Duluth this weekend. Which should be fun.
Little U.
They're currently losing right now, too.
Mm-hmm. I haven't even seen the score, but...
It's 1-0. Don't worry about it. You guys got this.
Thanks for the confidence.
I believe in you. They're the #1 ranked team in the country. How do you not have faith in yourself? Come on.
The other games I've seen that were good, the Sharks-Blackhawks game was really fun. That was a good one. I don't know.
Sarah says the unluckiest player to start the season is Ty Joe. Is that Tyler
Johnson?
Tyler Johnson.
Oh.
Which one?
Why has he been unlucky? I don't get that.
Oh.
Seems to me like...
Yeah, never mind.
I mean, unless you're talking about him getting hurt, but that guy's been putting up all kinds of assists.
I'd say that injury that he got from Seabrook from that cross-check was a little unlucky.
Yeah, it looked like he may have fractured a rib doing something like that.
Yeah, it's kind of stupid to say that it was unlucky because those sticks are pretty hard, but...
one time, okay, by the way, just personal story, one time, normally playing defense, I had a hard shot, I'm a big guy, I got tired of breaking sticks. So I was like, I just play beer league. There's no reason for me to buy expensive sticks. So I would just buy cheaper sticks or wooden sticks that I didn't care if they broke or I could replace easily. Then one time, there was a stick on sale that I really wanted. It was like $200. I was like, all right, fine, I'm going to buy this stick. Second game I'm playing with it, I cross-check a dude and it breaks. I was like, God fucking damn.
Was it an Easton stick?
Yes, it was.
I knew it!
I don't even remember what it was now because it was a few years ago. But I just remember I cross-checked a guy like that, and it was like in the midsection, just kind of similar to that. And I was like, God, man.
Easton and Warrior sticks, for some reason, especially on, like, not even the heel of the blade, just the blade itself is just, the quality on it is just terrible.
I guess
Well, the thing
my
is, like,
question would
the thing
be-
that pisses you off the most in that situation is like, it's not even like I was shooting or I got slashed or anything. It's like, I not only committed a penalty, but I broke a stick I just paid $200 for. Like,
Well, David, this is obviously a lesson that you shouldn't be committing penalties.
obviously.
I guess my question is, did you break the dude you cross-checked?
Did I break him?
Yeah.
No.
So just okay. Well, listen, Dave broke the
I mean,
girl's
the
leg
guy
playing
went
soccer.
down like he was hurt because obviously I cross-checked him, but I didn't break him. He stayed in the game.
I mean, also your transition to that story was the fact that someone might have a broken rib. So I wasn't really sure where it was going.
Oh. Well, I did break a guy's rib one time in football, but that's a completely different story.
Oh my god!
I broke a girl's leg in PE.
I only hurt myself.
That is
Nice.
that is true. Yeah. Yeah. After hanging out with you in real life,
Shut the fuck up.
I can definitely see how that happens.
Well, this weekend, I should say, we have 4 players, a coach, and a referee going to the Hockey Hall of Fame. For those that are not familiar, we have Rob Blake, Dominic Hasek, Mike Modano.
Use ours first.
He will always be yours. So, Peter Forsberg, Pat Burns,
Rest
and
in
then
peace.
Bill McCreary. Yes. Who, I mean, most people feel Pat Burns should have gotten in way before. So
Yes.
it's unfortunate that he didn't go in until, obviously, he passed away. But he's finally getting in. I love the Hockey Hall of Fame. I also love that this year Rob Blake's going in for personal reasons. He was my favorite player as a kid. He's the reason I started playing defense. And I'm very excited about this weekend and watching him go in. And I'm very thankful that he got in because he's a guy that, much like every other defenseman in his generation, played in the shadow of Nicklas Lidstrom. So sometimes you don't see players that play in the shadow all the time get the recognition as quickly as he did. He did win one Norris Trophy, but still, it's kind of like it was Nicklas Lidstrom and then everybody else. So for me, it's fun to see that. I don't know if you guys, I mean, Dave, you obviously saw Modano play as a kid. Were you a Modano fan growing up?
Yeah. I mean, even after the move and stuff, it's just the guy was just fun to watch. Pretty much. Bitterness aside, too. I mean, that guy pretty much he did grow Texas hockey, or just hockey in the South in general. I would say. It's actually kind of nice that he's getting in, just because that's last year Scott Niedermayer got in. He's probably one of my favorite players to ever play, and now I also get to see Modano and Pat Burns get inducted. And Pat Burns used to be a coach for the Devils. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just glad Modano's getting in. I mean, with how he played, I think he had, if I remember right, he had the most points among an American forward.
He has the most everything for Americans as far as points and goals.
Yeah.
I will check right now, but I know that pretty much he holds almost all the major records for
Actually,
U.S. players.
For the both of you, can you tell me off the top of your head of American players who has the most games played?
Probably Chris Chelios.
You are correct, sir.
Chris Chelios did play every game ever.
Yeah, I mean, he
Something
played
that-
until he was
Yeah.
48 or whatever, so
Yeah.
he's one of the top 5 all-time for games played in general, isn't he?
Something like, because it's
Yeah.
23 something, isn't it? 2300, something like that, or
Some
23
say to
years.
this day, if
He
you go to
played-
Italy, you can still see Chris Chelios play.
Now, the NHL is listing Brett Hull as an American, but we know he's not an American-born. So Mike Modano does have the most goals for an American-born player. He actually has the second most assists. And the guy that he trails in that is not in the Hall of Fame, and a lot of people feel he should be. Do you guys know who it is? He played defense.
Phil Housley,
Yes, it is.
St. Paul boy.
You
Mm-hmm.
guys are fucking fast. Let me think about it. It's been a long day, okay?
But yeah, Madonna has the most points, the most goals. Housley has the most assists. And actually, today I was listening to Merrick versus Wyshynski, and they were having Game Show Friday, and they actually asked the question, which category does he not lead in all time for Americans? And the answer was plus minus. And I would have guessed Chris Chelios has the highest plus minus of an American, but it's actually Mark Howe, son of Gordie Howe, who was plus 400 in his career. It's
Yeah.
kind of ridiculous.
I want to see his Corsi stats, though. What's his Corsi for?
And
Yeah.
surprisingly, actually, Chris Chelios is not first all-time for penalty minutes in American. It's Chris Nyland.
Yeah. By the way, if anybody hasn't, I don't know if it's on Netflix anymore, but you should check out The Last Gladiators. It's supposed to be a movie, documentary more about NHL enforcers, but it kind of follows Chris Nyland more, and it's pretty eye-opening. I got to be honest with you.
What's it called again?
The Last Gladiators.
I'll tell you right now if it's...
That,
It is still on Netflix, so...
Yeah, so if you have an account or you're leeching off someone's account, check it out.
that Down Goes Brown piece today about enforcers was really sad.
Which piece is that?
Down Goes Brown wrote a piece today about how he used to love enforcers, and when he was a kid, they were his favorite players. He used to watch hockey fights incessantly, et cetera, et cetera. But now he can say that he's glad the position is dying. And, you know, his reasons why are, you know, similar to what a lot of people would say. You know, we know now that concussions really devastate these people's lives. The idea of how enforcers love their jobs and are really happy has been, you know, pretty shattered by things like The Last Gladiator, Rick Riffian, Derek Bugard, etc.
Yep.
And the piece was it's the best hockey read I've had in a while. So if you haven't, I'll retweet it. If you haven't seen it yet, definitely check it out.
I did see that he posted it, but I had not gotten around to reading it yet, so yeah, feel
It's,
free to. I'll check it out.
I have to be honest,
It's remarkably serious for a piece from him.
I think that, I mean, he still does at times post on his Down Goes Brown blog, but when he's writing for Grantland, sometimes he's really insightful, and I really do. I mean, you know how much he loves the game, but he actually is very informative with things historically as well.
Oh yeah, he knows the game so well.
Yeah. I threw out a question on Twitter. What is your favorite memory from one of the players entering the Hall of Fame this weekend? I don't know if Ari, if you have one in particular, because it's not necessarily a Blackhawks question, but obviously we do have some great players going in. So is there somebody of one of those four players, you know, Modano, Forsberg, Hasek, or Blake, that you have a great memory of, or just like a good story? Maybe you hated them for some reason.
Oh, well, I've never forgiven Blackhawks management for trading Hasek. Although no one knew at the time. But there was a story told by, actually Bob McKenzie told us on Twitter just the other day, that he remembers seeing Hasek play when he was in Chicago as a backup, and saying, a guy who plays a style like that is never going to make it far in the NHL. Whoops.
For anybody listening, Hasek, obviously, if you weren't old enough or you just didn't pay attention to Buffalo, he had a very unorthodox style. And it was something that in a day and age where a lot of goaltenders were either, originally when he was coming up, stand-up goaltenders or going to the butterfly style, he just created pretty much his own style. And it's something that will probably never be emulated again because it wasn't like you could teach his style. He just kind of
He was
did
awesome.
whatever he could to stop the puck with any particular limb. So sometimes with a stick, sometimes without a stick. It was just craziness. Actually, I threw out what was your favorite memory of a player, but Kuzi says his favorite memory from the Hall of Fame people is Pat Burns leading New Jersey to the Stanley Cup.
I would agree.
Wow,
Actually-
Those New Jersey teams are just so good too.
They were.
Oh my god, so good.
I take back what my favorite Hasek memory is, by the way.
Okay.
Because I'm pretty sure I saw Hasek flip Gabrick live on TV.
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I lived in Minnesota. Gabrick was a Wild player then.
Yeah.
I have to give props to the Detroit Red Wings, whoever was running the sound system for that, because after Hasek flipped them, they started playing.
I believe I can fly.
Yeah, I thought that was amazing.
That was so funny.
I never knew that.
Yeah,
I've seen that play like 1,000 times. I never knew that. That's awesome.
If you watch the video of it, right when Mickey and Ken are going, oh, he's just out trying to stop him. Like if you
Should have kept his head up.
Yeah, I should have kept his head up. That's right. If you listen closely, you can hear "I Believe I Can Fly" being played in the background.
I think, and the reason it just occurred to me that I think I saw this live on TV because I think I remember doing homework and my dad going, "Come here, come here, come here, come here," like watching the replay, going, "Can you do that? I don't think you can do that." So that's my favorite Dominic Hasek moment.
That's fantastic.
It's great too because when they gave him a penalty for tripping, he just kind of hung his head like, "What did I do?"
Yeah, should have kept his head up.
Yeah. He had his head down.
Yeah, that must have been what, 2006, 2007.
I could tell you right now. Well, I'll tell you in a second.
I couldn't have been 16.
Wow. When I type in Hasek, it's like the second thing that comes up. Hasek flipped Gabrick. Yeah, it was 2007. It was great. For me, obviously,
I love it.
Because Hasek and Modano are both going in the same year, we all remember Dallas beating Buffalo in '99.
Close in the crease.
I know. Terry says Modano lifting the cup was one of her two favorite things. Also, just him and the Stars moving to Dallas. All of a sudden, everybody started playing street hockey, reenacting Modano's moves, things like that. And that's one of those things that we see a lot of times from great players that move to a city. I mean, I myself didn't get into hockey until Wayne Gretzky showed up in '88. Like I said, Blake was probably my favorite player because I liked playing defense. But Gretzky is the reason I'm a hockey fan. But for me, I mean, Blake came into the league shortly after Gretzky showed up here. And just, for me, watching him deliver just ridiculous, thunderous hip checks was so much fun to watch. And I will always remember him winning the Cup in 2001 with Colorado, and I was happy for him at the time. But just, I think mostly, like, in my head, watching him play defense, just great slap shots on the power play, one of the great power play players of his generation, remembering him win the Norris Trophy, and just playing physical. And as a big guy myself, I always love playing physical, so it's just one of those guys that you emulate, and it's fun to watch. So, Peace Farm says, one of the beat writers told a story where he asked Scott Stevens in a press conference if he ever apologized to Ron Francis for laying him out in center ice. And Ron interrupted when Stevens looked embarrassed and said it's part of the game. That's kind of impressive. I don't really know what that had to do with the question, but it's okay. Oh, and then he goes on and he says, Messier spoke up and said, fuck that, I want an apology, that shit hurt.
Well, you know what, Mark? Fuck you, pal.
Yeah.
But also fuck Scott Stevens.
As far as the other players going in this week, I know none of us are necessarily fans, but I remember the first Olympics I ever watched hockey in was 1992. Oh
my God.
Winter Olympics, and that was the year that, not 92. I'm sorry.
You mean 98?
Was I thinking of the wrong year? I was.
Well, that depends. What are you talking about, Nagano?
My mistake. No, I was not. 92 was the first Winter Olympics I ever watched, though. But I was thinking of 94. Because we were talking about the guys going into the Hall of Fame. And I mixed that up. 94, Sweden won the gold medal against Canada in a shootout. And for those of you that don't remember, or maybe weren't born yet, Peter Forsberg won the Olympics for Sweden that year with a shootout move that's now just called the Forsberg. And I'm sure you can look it up. But I very distinctly remember watching that when I was a kid then. And it was one of those moves where everybody was like, oh my God. And beating Canada. And that was actually, I believe, the first gold medal for Sweden ever in the Winter Olympics. So, yeah, it was a big deal. He was a national hero, and that's probably the first memory I've ever had of Forsberg. But I remember so many more because when I was a kid, the Nordiques were my second favorite team, and he got drafted by the Nordiques. And then they ended up moving to Colorado, where he won a championship in '96 and then again in 2001. But I was always a big fan of watching Forsberg as well, just as a kid. So that's probably my favorite memory of his, though, was the gold medal game, just because it was one of those iconic moments, not only for him and for Sweden, but just hockey in general. Unfortunate for Canadians, but still a great moment.
Well, you know what? They recovered just fine in terms of gold medal disappointments, so I don't have that much sympathy.
Yeah, I mean, it's Canada, though.
They have enough gold medals.
They do.
They didn't win the one that counts, though. 1980.
I'm taking the '96 Hockey World Cup to the grave. I mean, you can... Okay, first off, I just want to say, by the way, that for a long time, Canada didn't even participate in the Olympics. So, because they felt that they were slighted because they weren't allowed... they weren't allowed to use professional players, basically.
Well, as the United States proved, who fucking needs professional players?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, thank you. But basically, the Russians were using their own professionals. I mean, the Russian army was who these guys were playing for, but they basically were a professional team that trained 11 months out of the year. So
They've been playing together, too, since they were kids, if I remember right.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Canada's like, this is stupid. Like, why can't we use guys that train all year round and use professionals? Russia's basically a professional team, but since they didn't technically get paid to play hockey, they got paid to be part of the army. They were considered amateur, and it was just the bylaws of of the Olympics.
We're going to create our own Olympics with blackjack and hookers.
Exactly.
I mean, that's basically what the Canada Cup was.
Yeah.
The Olympics of blackjack and hookers. That's literally what it was.
But yeah, so back to favorite moments from players or just All-Stars in general. Does anybody else have anything they wanted to share?
I watched Mike Modano play at the 2000. I went to the 2002 Salt Lake Olympics, and I remember Mike Modano playing very clearly, and that was awesome. What a hero!
Yeah.
I gotta say, with Modano coming back to Minnesota, his last game in Minnesota as a Dallas Star, that was pretty special to see. Because he's player of the game. I think he got the first star, and he came out on the ice with his North Stars jersey, and I mean, he just got a huge ovation from the crowd. So, despite all the wounds that Norm Green has left, that are still unhealed, we still love him up here, obviously. So that's probably my favorite memory of Modano. I almost want to say that him lifting the cup was a really good moment too, but when I think about it more, I get bitter.
Well, I know what it's like to have a professional team taken away from my city because of football, but I don't think that we ever had a team so ingrained in the culture of a place as Dallas was. But things like that have been good for hockey in general. So I appreciate your sacrifice, Minnesota.
Well, we don't appreciate it.
I do just want to say while we're on this, before we leave the Canada Cup topic, if anyone doesn't think that Daryl Sittler was on coke at the Canada Cup, I want you to take it up with me.
I'm pretty sure we can all agree that the NHL has the worst drug policy in the history of North American professional sports. And for the most part, they really don't care about what players do. And I can't think... I mean, Ryan Malone obviously got arrested. But pretty much he didn't get in trouble by the NHL for doing cocaine. He got arrested and had cocaine on him. Like, the NHL doesn't seem to care too much because they know that players aren't going to steroid themselves up in hockey because it's not really that much of a benefit. I mean, a lot of people feel Stamkos did steroids in order to get back to where he was to try to play for the Olympics.
There was also
like
Carlson,
nobody
too.
cared. Like, doing steroids to recover is one thing, which does help, but doing steroids in general in hockey and bulking up is not going to, help you score 50 goals in a season like it would help you hit 50 home runs in baseball.
I'm
So
starting to think that Danny Heatley was on steroids when he scored his 50 in 07. That was just a complete joke, by the way.
it was funny.
Yeah, Jen.
I laughed.
No,
Internally.
what? Fuck you guys.
Okay, well, first of all, Daryl Sittler in general, just like, let's talk about Daryl Sittler. But second of all, it is in tennis, there's recently a controversy because Marin Cilic won the U.S. Open. Cilic had been suspended for allegedly using performance-enhancing drugs. Actually, I think he was suspended for refusing a drug test, which is a different issue entirely. But people were very outraged that he can come back and have this amazing comeback story despite being indicted for losing 6 months of his tennis career. And I'm sitting here like, yeah, but at least they drug tested him.
No, it's very true. I mean, I think that aside from the Olympics, you don't ever hear about hockey players failing drug tests. And that's, whether it's right or wrong, it is what it is. I don't really feel like there's many drugs that will help you that much in hockey. Like I said, I think a lot of people felt Stamkos may have done steroids in order to come back so quickly, which I can see. I mean, it does help you in certain ways, but not if you do it all the time. But there's just not a whole lot that's going to benefit you to do other than recovery drugs. And most recovery drugs nowadays aren't that bad for you. Like, there aren't many things you could do to recover quicker, especially in a game that's as physical and as demanding year-round as hockey. So people already accept when players shoot up, take a cortisone shot or do painkillers or things like that to get through a game in the playoffs. And I don't think that the mentality is that there's that much that you could do to benefit a player by doing a bunch of steroids or other drugs. So they just look the other way.
I think a couple things. One, did the NHL even have an official drug policy before the 2012-2013 CBA?
Yes, they did. And it was very lax, because I remember years ago as a kid, this conversation came up again, like late 90s, when Mark McGuire and Sammy Sosa were just crushing the ball, and then Barry Bonds and things like that, and everybody was talking about steroids in sports. And then the NHL was like, yeah, I mean, we drug test. Sure we do. And we have random drug testing. And everybody's like, well, the NHL never has anybody fail drug testing. And the NHL's like, well, we have a bunch of clean players. Cool. I mean, it's been that same way forever. Because being bigger and bulkier might help you even as a goalie, being bigger, you still have to be quick. There's no real benefit to it other than...
Unless you're Scott Stevens.
Yeah, I mean, it can help you in certain ways.
Wow, Dave, did you just admit that Scott Stevens was on steroids? Wow.
No, I'm just saying, if a gentleman like Scott Stevens wanted to take steroids, it would kind of benefit him. But I am not. Stevens is innocent. That's all I'm going to say.
Wow. I think, guys, you heard it from the mouth of a
Oh,
Stevens
no, that is not what I said. Not what I said.
Scott Stevens did steroids.
No.
Yet another reason not to like him.
Shut up, Art.
All right. Well, we actually did have a suspension this last week. Carter Ashton was suspended for 20 games for violating the league's substance abuse policy. So it doesn't really say what he did, but
I remember it was
he's saying that he unknowingly ingested clenbuterol,
Yeah, clenbuterol.
through
Um,
an
Was it in
inhaler
an,
that he used to treat asthma.
yeah, that's right.
And it was like a teammate's inhaler or like a friend's inhaler or something. It wasn't his.
Now, we saw during the Olympics that Nicholas Backstrom was suspended from the gold medal game and eventually given his silver medal for Sweden because he said he took Benadryl or something with a drug in it that was okay in the NHL but not in the Olympic hockey. So it does happen, but
Further
it doesn't
disappointing
seem
his
like it's
grandmother.
that big of a concern to the NHL, and I don't think that many people in general consider the players in the NHL, at least, to look like they're doing drugs unless you're on, the Flyers a few years ago. But
Well, there
I
were
don't
some
really think
rumors
it's
this
much of a
summer
problem.
about my own team, to be honest. But I will. The suspension they gave him was not a joke. They gave him 20 games.
Yeah. Well, I
So,
think
I
that you
mean,
just set a precedent. You say, you know what, this is a serious matter. We're going to make it look good.
I disagree with you, Dave, in that first of all, I think that there are drugs that could be used to enhance performance in hockey. Oh shit, the Red Wings scored. Fuck,
Well,
that's
Paul,
what I get for
we
talking.
have Paul chiming in on Twitter saying Stamkos probably used HGH and not steroids. Yeah, I mean, yes, you're right. HGH is something different. It doesn't necessarily bulk you up the same way, but it helps you grow things bigger and stronger. So it is basically the same principle, but it works a little bit differently with your body. So
Who let Franzen just go to the front of the net by himself? Who did that?
say again.
The Red Wings just scored, and it was a really nice pass from Zetterberg, past Van Riemsdyk to Franzen, who was alone in front of the net. How did that happen? I need a replay. Anyways, my point was, fuck you, Johan Franzen. My other point was, uh, drugs that, because hockey is so aerobic, drugs that help you intake and process oxygen better could be used to gain a competitive advantage. But also, I would like to see the NHL be more serious about drug testing because of prescription painkiller abuse,
Yeah.
because of recreational drug use. I think it would be good for the players, and would maybe help the NHL get help to players who need it faster, rather than have a Ryan Malone situation.
I kind of feel like a lot of that though would be. Yeah, I see what you're saying because it's a mentality where even if you don't necessarily need a drug, or even let's say if you party in Vegas, let's say you go for award show or something, you decide you want to do coke off of hooker's ass or something, it's like if you're just doing it once or twice, it
You
can turn
do.
into like a bigger problem later on in life. Like once you retire and you're dealing with pain all the time.
Yeah.
So if you nip it in the bud as a player and say, you have other options and you have help here, but I think that once again, once a player retires, there's so little help and treatment from teams just in sports in general. So it's kind of a problem. But I do agree that there should be more said about it, especially given the deaths we've seen from people committing suicide or other things that are using prescription drugs.
The Red Wings scored again? Really?
Sorry, how's your night going?
Pretty much the same way my day went, to be honest.
Paul's chiming in again saying HGH is much safer than steroids are. He's saying it's far less harmful. That is true. So
I mean, a lot of people when they think of steroids, they think of baseball. Obviously, because they have a huge problem with it. The thing with
or
that,
cycling.
yeah, the thing with that, well, I'll just use baseball as an example, just because I'm more experienced with that. The thing with baseball is that they are, I don't want to say they're ODing on it, but they are going over like what's a reasonable dosage just so they can get that edge. I actually talked to a doctor about this, or my physician about this when I went in for my physical. For I think for actually playing baseball, and I asked him, there's a lot of doping going on, in baseball in general, are these actually as dangerous as they seem? He's like, well, yeah, they're dangerous, but if you take it in moderation and don't go crazy with it, then I mean, you're not gonna look like those guys do. So I mean, I think for especially like with Stamkos and I think with Carlson too, like if those guys took HGH, it would not surprise me at all. But the thing is too is like I mean they have team doctors so they can monitor. If they are taking it, then they can monitor the intake of that just to make sure that they're not taking too much to actually put their bodies in harm down the road.
Yeah, I mean, I did a research paper back when I was in college on steroids and HGH, and there's a lot of benefits to using steroids. A lot of people in the movement to preserve human beings for as long as possible, as far as like trying to live to 120 plus years or things like this, firmly believe in steroid use, and there are a lot of steroids that are good. I've done steroids myself for my eyes. I had an eye problem. It's like steroids in the right circumstance are great for you.
Yeah, no, I'd agree.
Inhalers are steroids. I take an inhaler every day.
I've taken steroids and my batting average went to 500.
Really?
No.
Bro, don't lie to me. Your batting average was never 500. Maybe 500 was your ERA.
Shut up, Ari.
Yeah, so steroids could obviously are an advantage in some sports, but I don't really feel like they're a problem right now. I don't feel like drugs in general, aside from maybe what you're saying, Ari, if that was your point when you were talking about Sittler,
Actually, I'm way more concerned about painkiller abuse than I am about, like, cocaine abuse.
I am too. I mean,
too.
I'm obviously biased just because Bugard was one of my favorite players that wore the Wild uniform, but the way he went out was pretty sad.
I knew somebody personally, not a close friend of mine, but a close friend of a couple of my other friends, who OD'd on that.
Yeah, it's not good.
Basically, if you drink like alcohol and you're taking those kind of drugs, a lot of times your airways can shut down, especially if you have any kind of asthma problem or anything like that in general. And the guy just died in his sleep. He was like 29.
That's actually a really good thing for me to know. But
I'm letting you know right now, if you decide that you want to do a whole bunch of Vicodin and pound some vodka.
I was gonna say I've got this glass of wine next to me, and I've got Percocet in the drawer over there, so I should probably keep those two things far apart.
There's a reason there's a warning label. Doctors know what they're doing.
Stop giving me good life advice. Stop.
Yeah, how dare you?
Drink and drive.
This is like the second week in a row you've given me good life advice.
Sorry.
If I wanted a therapist, I would pay you, Dave.
You don't have to pay me.
All right, I'll do therapy for you for free.
Yeah.
No, your therapy is going to be you telling me you hate me.
No, that is so false.
By the way, I'm going to throw this out there because, unfortunately, I was an idiot once, and I got a DUI. When I was doing community service to help pay off my DUI, I was in class with a guy that was in there for prescription drugs. He got a DUI because he crashed his car into somebody else, and he wasn't drinking alcohol. He was just high on prescription drugs. So he was like, I didn't really realize it. He was a big guy. He was probably like 6'2", 220 or something. He's like, I just took a bunch to, take the edge off, and I didn't really realize that I was, sleepy. And yeah, so be careful out there, because those things can get you a DUI too.
Yep.
Good to know. More life advice from Dave. We should all be paying Dave.
Yes, please send your thanks.
I wish I had more advice for myself sometimes. That's a different story though. Anyway, on to hockey. This week. Say again?
No, you go.
I was just going to update the scoreboard. So,
yeah, do.
Talk about the Blackhawks. Blackhawks are losing 3-1 to Detroit. It's only in the second. Yeah. You have time. Columbus is winning after 2 periods, 4-2.
Brian Johansson
Washington is tied at 0 with New Jersey after 2.
Typical.
Pittsburgh and Toronto are surprisingly at 0-0 in the second. I was really hoping Pittsburgh would score a lot of goals for fantasy reasons. And Florida is beating the Islanders 1-0 in the second.
Hail.
Bobrovsky is back, but he's not playing this Columbus game. So if Columbus holds on to win, McElhaney would get it. McElhaney? Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Curtis
His name is-
McLovin.
Yeah, his name is a mouthful. If they hold on to win, he would finally get a win because he's been fucking terrible. I saw them play in Washington the other night, and he's fucking terrible.
Who? Curtis McElhaney?
Yeah.
He used to be on the Ducks, and after he still owns a home here in Orange County or whatever. So during the lockout a couple years ago, he was just playing in beer leagues around here. And my buddy Ryan was playing in the league and was playing against him. And it wasn't even like a hardcore league. Like, my buddy Ryan's a good player, but like, he's a good beer league player. He's not like a good player, you know? So he's like, it was just impossible to score on this guy. It's like, it wasn't even fair. Like, there was no reason that he should be playing in this beer league. But he was just like, he had to practice during the off season because there was a lockout. So he's like, I'm just going to join a beer league.
That's hilarious, actually. And that's like Patrick Kane playing in beer league in the summer. Just like,
Yeah.
scored like 7 goals and wasn't trying. Oh, Corey Crawford's rebound game is just off tonight. Rebounds did not look good.
I like the juicier than a Juicy Lucy part.
Oh, thank you.
Mainly because I had a conversation about Juicy Lucy's today at work, and I was really hungry for one.
They're really great. I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, the other thing about Columbus is, so I saw them play in Washington the other night. I've seen some bad power plays in my life. That was one of the worst. Hold on one sec.
Okay. Well, speaking of bad power plays, there's been quite a few
I know where this is
season
going.
for all of our teams here. As a Kings fan, Blackhawks fan, or a Wild fan, we've all suffered through horrible power plays this season. With the talent that teams have, what then do you guys think is the key to a good power play? We can't all have an Ovechkin or Stamkos just line up in the circle and just, a team has to commit a player to guard him. Same with Pittsburgh. There has to be a key because what is it that you think drives a good power play?
I think good puck movement and being able to having the sense to know when you have a shooting lane, even if you're not directly looking at it. I think that's just hockey sense right there. And if you're in a shooting position and you can get the puck moving and get a good cycle going, to know when that lane is open to take that shot rather than holding onto your stick and trying to look for that pass, I think that's pretty much key. Whether it translates to a goal or not, I don't know. I think as long as you're getting pucks on net, it's not a bad thing. So
I think for me, one of the key things is sustained pressure. I've seen a lot of power plays where people will take shots, but there's a lot of time in between them and a lot of passing in between them. It allows the goalie to read the play. If you can get a lot of shots sort of in a quick succession, and don't have to keep going to retrieve the puck, just and don't get a predictable cycle going. Sort of sustained, constant, making life difficult on the penalty killers as well as the goalie.
Oh, I envy that you're 19th in the league in power play percentage. That's how bad ours is.
Really now. Please, Dave, do tell.
Hey, you're beating Buffalo.
Yeah, I was going to say, somewhere Kathy is going. Yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah.
Speaking of bad power plays, Montreal is 28th in the league, and this week they just traded for Sergei Gonchar. A lot of Dallas fans were very happy about this because they've been crying all year about how bad Gonchar has been playing and how the defense in Dallas in general has been playing. So they traded him for Travis Moen. And a lot of people feel that this is a move to help improve Montreal's power play, which is not a bad thing. Obviously, they should be better with the team that they have. Do you feel that this is a one-way trade? Because I don't really see much value in Travis Moen myself.
My impression was that it was a cap trade. that Montreal actually had some cap room, and Dallas really didn't have. Dallas had $0 before the trade in cap room. So this clears up some space for them to bring in some help, either soon or closer to the trade deadline. And although they're going to be better than they have been, they do need help, especially on the blue line. Although blue line help is not going to be easy to come by at the trade deadline.
That's a good point. It also frees up space for them to bring in another defenseman who maybe will be better overall, instead of just a power play specialist. Do you think that this in any way hurts Dallas, really?
No, I don't think so.
Because Dallas's power play is 20th in the league. It's not like they were killing it on the power play anyway.
No, but with the players that they have, I mean, Gonchar is going to be pretty much an afterthought.
Well, now they don't really... I mean, Trevor Daley's had a good start to the season, but they don't really have much of a power play quarterback other than him now. So...
Nope, got to learn sometime.
That's true.
Hey, Gonchar, he's old too, isn't he? I mean...
Yes, he's one of the older defensemen in the league. He's 40, I think. So, or close to it.
One of the worst pieces of hockey journalism I ever wrote attributed Pittsburgh's cup win to Sergei Gonchar's leadership. I don't remember where it was written, but it was incredible in terms of like all the intangibles that we always talk about not meaning anything. It was just an article that attributed everything to intangibles, and it was like, is it any coincidence that since Sergei Gonchar left the Pens, they've been bad? And I was like, it's not a coincidence, but I don't think it has anything to do with the fact that Sergei Gonchar's leadership is indispensable. It also attributed Colby Armstrong's uniting locker room presence to their cup win. Colby Armstrong is notably a bad hockey player. So I'll see if I can find it. It was from like 2011, maybe 2012. It's been a while.
Do you feel that leadership in general is not necessarily overrated, but do you think too much of the onus is put onto players in that situation? Because a lot of people feel that Dustin Brown's not a great leader, but obviously the Kings have won 2 Stanley Cups with him as captain. A lot of people feel Jonathan Toews is a great leader, and Blackhawks have won 2 championships with him. So I feel a lot of it, though, is just the team that's put together by the GM or the coach. I don't really feel like a captain matters that much, because it's hard to say that somebody like Wayne Gretzky wasn't a great captain. I mean, he had a great team in Edmonton. He took the Kings to the Stanley Cup Finals. But a lot of people don't consider him one of the greatest captains of all time, even though he captained 3 different teams. So how much do you think a captain and leadership by players, it's obviously a tone you set in the locker room, but do you feel that, like, how much do you feel is the coach and how much do you feel is the players in percentage as far as that kind of thing goes?
I think I'd say it's more players than coaches. I've said this before on the podcast, and I'm going to say it again. I think the letters, the C and the A, I think they're more ceremonial than anything. I don't really think they mean much, in the locker room at least. I know I said this story before, but Lou Nanne, the old GM for the North Stars, was on the radio when I was listening to it one time, and they asked him, because the big hot topic to always talk about with Minnesota and the Wild is whether Koivu should be stripped of his C or not. And so he obviously got asked, do you think Koivu should lose the C and should it go to someone like Parise? And he said, honestly, it really doesn't matter, because the guys in the locker room, they're going to know who the natural leaders are, and they're going to go to them. So, yeah, so, I mean, I agree with that, and I like I said, too, I think that the letters are more ceremonial than anything. I don't think they mean shit.
I think the only time sometimes that it does matter is with a young team. Like a team like Florida brought in Willie Mitchell in the offseason and made him captain.
Yeah.
He's a guy that's older. That team didn't do well last season. They had a lot of young guys, but not a lot of great leaders who had won.
In a case with that, though, then I think it's more of a group effort from the veterans, or who can be considered a veteran that's been in the league, for a couple years.
True. So who do you think are the best leaders as coaches? Do you think a guy, obviously Daryl Sutter and Joel Quenneville have both won, a couple championships, but does that make them the best leaders as coaches? Or are they just put in good systems? Because there's guys that have been great as far as setting up systems for teams to play. Like, I'm going to take an example from basketball. A guy like Tex Winters was always an assistant coach with the Bulls or the Lakers when Phil Jackson was the head coach. So Phil Jackson didn't necessarily create and draw up all the plays, but he was the head coach. So do you think the coach should be the guy that's the leadership guy, even if he doesn't always draw up the plays, or how much do you think a hockey coach matters? Because for a long time, hockey didn't have assistant coaches for many years.
Sorry, okay, what was the question again?
Well, I mean, like, how much do you think the leadership of a coach matters, and how much do you think it is versus him just drawing up the plays and designing the system for the team? Do you think a guy like Daryl Sutter, who's maybe not the most eloquent speaker, is a good leader, or do you think he's just a good strategist?
I think in the
Kind
case
of like John Cooper down in Tampa Bay seems like a good leader, but I don't know how much of a strategist he is.
yeah, I think for Sutter, he's a good strategist. I'll say for Babcock, he's both. We saw this with 24/7. He's all about positive reinforcement, and I remember watching, I can't remember which episode, but they had just lost a game, surprise, surprise, and one of the rookies, I think it was either Tatar or Nyquist maybe, I'm not sure. They're coming off the ice after the third period. He was hanging his head, and Babcock said to him, "Hey, don't hang your head. That's bad body language. Keep your head up." I think something like that, while it seems insignificant, is really valuable, especially if you're a younger player. I know Bruce Boudreau, I know he too is really big on positive reinforcement as well. The guy yells a lot, but at the same time, he's all about encouraging his guys. So maybe not on the veterans just because they've been there for so long, but especially like on younger players, I think being a good leader, that's going to have a bigger impact more than anything.
I mean, sorry, I've missed a little bit of this conversation, and I've been out of the conversation a little bit. I think that leadership is a little bit, I don't want to say overvalued, but it's easier to come by than maybe people think. Maybe great leaders are hard to come by, but good leaders are kind of, you know, these guys in the NHL, you know, sometimes maybe they need to hear it from other places, and definitely having a good locker room culture is something that's important. But they know, right? They know they know maybe not what it takes to win the Stanley Cup, but they know what it takes to be a professional. And I'm not overly convinced that really coaches need to do that much motivating in terms of leadership. Even if a coach like, you know, Sutter or Quenneville, or even going back a bit, you know, Scotty Bowman in the 70s. Scotty Bowman didn't motivate the Canadians. Scotty Bowman just tortured them and let them motivate themselves.
I was going to say, you know what, that sounds just like Herb Brooks.
Yeah, Herb Brooks, I don't know that much about how he was with Minnesota, but certainly with the Miracle team.
I was watching a documentary on the '79 Gopher team, and the way he was portrayed in Miracle and how he's talked about, it sounded like he was even worse at Minnesota.
But so, I think what motivates team is winning, and I think that having a coach like Ted Nolan famously does not draw the X's and O's. Ted Nolan is there as like the inspirational guy, and frankly, if that were my team, I wouldn't be thrilled about that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I just took that conversation in a totally different tangent. If I did, sorry.
No, not at all. You're fine. So, today, well, as of today at least, before today's games, all but one of the Canadian teams in the league were in a playoff spot. Obviously, that's huge for Canada. How many of those teams do you think, though, can sustain this, and how many do you see actually making the playoffs?
Let's see.
Yeah, that's
Anybody but Eddie in the playoff spot as of today. And actually, in the Atlantic at least, Montreal and Toronto are top three. Ottawa's sitting in a playoff spot in the wild card. And then you have Winnipeg in a playoff spot. Calgary and Vancouver are top 3 in their division. Edmonton's the only one sitting out right now. I think a lot of people would say Winnipeg and Calgary will drop off, maybe even Ottawa.
Toronto too.
Toronto, I have Toronto sitting in a wild card spot right now.
I think a wild card's likely, but I'm not gonna hold my breath.
I just have Toronto in a wild card because I'm not that impressed by the rest of the Eastern Conference.
No, I mean, yeah, I'm not either.
Although that said, I can totally see a situation where in the last 10 or 15 games of the season, Detroit steals the wild card from Toronto again. That would be both the most Detroit and the most Toronto possible thing to happen.
I definitely see. I mean, I could see Ottawa getting in and Toronto maybe. Montreal, I think for sure is getting in.
Yeah, my mom's in Montreal.
I think Vancouver's for real. I know a lot of Vancouver fans have been saying they think that they're playing above their level, and that might be true. But you've locked up your goalie position, which was your biggest question in the last few years. Ryan Miller's playing great. The Sedins are playing great again. And some of the guys they brought in, I mean, they brought in Linden Bay from LA. They brought in Bonino from Anaheim in the Kessler trade. And those guys are both playing really well. And I think that you're seeing other guys like Chris Higgins and Brad Richardson playing decently. I think Vancouver is for real, and I think that they're going to make a playoff spot. I don't know if they'll stay in the top 3 in the Pacific if San Jose and LA can start turning around a little bit, but I definitely think that they're going to make the playoffs at this point.
I would agree, just from the few games I've watched.
How great would it be if they were the 8th playoff spot and the Blackhawks were the 1st seed? And
that would not be great at all, because one, that's not going to happen because Blackhawks are obviously not going to get the number 1 seed.
Shut up, Dave. You've already lost this bet. It's fine.
No, I have not. Sorry. If I lose this bet, it'll be when the season is over.
What is the bet?
So Dave proposed a bet. Dave came up with the entire concept for this, where if the Blackhawks finish higher than the Wild in the stands, Dave is going to get a tattoo with my name.
And it'll be a piece of cake with a bite out of it.
And if the Wild finish higher than the Blackhawks in the stands, I think I have to tweet a compliment every day of a year for him. You
also have to have a picture, your Twitter picture, be a piece of cake for a whole year. And then
are obviously hugely lopsided.
No. There's also, you had to make a post that hit the 15,000 character limit, stating how awesome I am and how terrible you are.
Oh, that's right. 15,000 characters is a lot, by the way.
Exactly.
That is a lot.
People are saying that this is a lopsided. People are saying this is a lopsided bet. I don't think so. Long term, yes. If I lose, then yeah, I get the. Then obviously, yeah, it was kind of lopsided because I get this long term. But for Art to do that a whole year, that is pretty shitty.
Yeah, we made this bet, and then I turned around and looked at the Minnesota roster, and it was like your goaltender is Darcy Kemper. Like your starting goaltender is Darcy Kemper.
But he's not playing that badly this season. I don't think it's been his fault that the team's not producing.
No.
I don't know. When he led in 2 goals and 2 shots against Calgary the other night, or against Buffalo the other night, I wasn't.
No, we're not going to mention that, are we?
Well, we have a couple answers to the question of how many Canadian teams are going to make the playoffs. Consensus is Montreal will for the most part. Pacefoam thinks that Calgary will, which
really?
Depending on if. I don't know why he said Ramo will keep it up because Hiller's the starter. So if Hiller keeps it up, I agree. He also thinks that Anderson will carry Ottawa to the playoffs again. And Craig Anderson's been playing really well. So I would agree on that. I think that
like Craig, Jekyll, and Anderson.
Montreal and Calgary will make it. A lot of people feel Toronto's going to fall off. So that's yet to be seen, but Toronto seems to be playing better. So I don't know if they've taken it upon themselves to improve, regardless of who their coach is. But
I mean, as always, I think the key thing for Toronto is goaltending. With injuries to the starters, I don't even know who's considered the starter these days.
For who?
For Toronto. Is it
well,
Bernier?
Jonathan Bernier has been primarily the starter. His problem
Sometimes
has
Reimer.
been, and I saw this stat watching Sportsnet on Hockey Night in Canada or something. Basically, his first periods have been terrible. His save percentage is below 90 in the first period, and then the second and third periods he's been playing great. So as long as Toronto can play well in the first period, they've been putting together good games. And so obviously he needs to step it up there. I don't think that Winnipeg's going to be able to maintain. I don't think Calgary will maintain, especially given the tough Western Conference.
Yeah, Calgary's not making the playoffs.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but it's not happening.
Or
Look,
you
I,
want
as much as anyone, I would love to see Calgary make the playoffs. One, because I love Brian Burke. Two, because the opportunity to watch Brandon Bollig be scratched on another team in the playoffs would be amazing. But it's just not happening.
I know you're a big fan of truculence.
I am a big fan of truculence.
Yeah.
Ari has what we call intangibles.
It's true.
I just don't know that the young guys on that team, especially a guy like Johnny Gaudreau, will be able. I mean, he's never played an 82-game season. I don't know how well he's going to be able to hold up throughout the year unless they sit him a couple of times. They've already sat him once this season. And it's just, when you have that many young guys, I mean, Mark Giordano is playing out of his mind right now, and he's probably the Norris Trophy favorite right now. But, yeah, I don't know. Calgary is tough for me to see, although it's been interesting watching Jonas Hiller perform a lot better than he did in Anaheim last year. Maybe I would have thought maybe it was just because he was on a team expected to do well, but it was almost like something mental broke down with him last year. And I would have thought that going to a market with the Canadian media would not necessarily have helped his mental game, but I guess being on a team that wasn't expected to do well might have helped him. So now he doesn't feel like he has the pressure he did in Anaheim.
I haven't watched that much of Johnny Gaudreau, so maybe someone else can answer this question. But is he a guy who's going to get hurt a lot, or is he kind of like a Patrick Kane ability to avoid getting hurt?
Just kind of watching just kind of watching him from just from college and stuff. I mean, he rolls off checks pretty well.
Yeah.
And I think oh god damn it, UMD is up 2-0. I think too, when you're at that size, I mean, this is the same thing with Gretzky when he was coming into the league. You know, everybody said he was undersized, but I think when you know that you're small or smaller with your frame, you just kind of adapt to that because obviously you're going to be an easier target, especially with him too being as gifted as he is or as he was in college. I think you're able to adapt your game and you get a sense of when you're going to get hit hard, and so you can kind of try to escape that as best you can while keeping the flow of play going. But yeah, Gaudreau, I'm not sure on his injury history with Boston College because I don't even think he played a full 4 years. But from what I've seen, he's able to. His game is more, I'd say, relies on speed and finesse. Because a few times we tried playing him, we were actually, fun fact, we were the only team to keep him from scoring a goal in his last season.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, other than that, he scored a goal in every other game. So I mean, you try to rough him up and everything, but you know he's still gonna be able to play his game, and he's still gonna be able to roll off checks fine.
Well, I just think of a guy like Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, who I've been so impressed with this season, who we're finally seeing play healthy. But it's going to be a constant question of, you know, are people going to fuck Nugent-Hopkins' shoulders up?
Well, it's the same thing. It's the same thing with Crosby too, with his concussions and the head injuries in general.
I think that's a little different. I think Nugent-Hopkins has like a structural shoulder weakness.
I agree because he's not strong. Like when you look at a hockey player, like he's lanky a little bit. And just doesn't look. Wow. I'm watching the Washington game, and Braden Holtby literally just gave the puck to Michael Camilleri for a goal. Anyway, like he could not have set him up better for that goal. Anyway, Yeah, it is one of those things. You also see this with Jeff Skinner, where he's a smaller guy who's getting concussion problems too. It's the way that you play when you. But yeah, Nugent Hopkins, I think, just needed to bulk up, and hopefully he is there. So
He
for
looks
the sake of
amazing this
him,
season.
what's that?
Like, he looks amazing this season. I watched a whole bunch of Nugent Hopkins sort of clips the other day, for no good reason. He's a special player.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's amazing.
we have
He
a
deserves better
question
than Goodson.
from Pace Foamed who asks, Cam Ward has a 947 save percentage in November. Return of the Prodigal Son or Lucky Stretch? Can he return to 2011 form? Well, he had a lot of pressure coming into the season. A lot of people thought Anton Khudobin was going to take his spot as the starter. But right now, Carolina has been playing pretty well their last 10 games, and Cam Ward is the big part of that reason. I still don't think that they're a great team. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs. But if you get to a situation where somebody might need a goalie, you might be able to finally move him if something happens down the line. I still don't think he's necessarily a great goalie. I do think it's a lucky stretch, personally. I mean, that whole team's playing better lately than they obviously did at the start of the year, but I don't necessarily feel that that's maintainable, just in general, for any goalie. So
I was
it has
gonna
nothing to
say.
do with him, but just that's a good stretch to me.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Ask us this at the end of November.
Yeah. Man, speaking of Carolina, Eric Stahl is one of those guys who just kind of dropped off the radar. Remember when Eric Stahl was a huge deal?
Yeah.
He still is. He's had injury problems the last year.
Was he really injured last year, or did he just suck?
He got injured in the World Championship.
He's
At
alright.
the end of last year.
What?
At the end of last year, he got injured in the World Championship.
Well, he was also on a terrible team last year.
Yeah, but, I mean, you can be on a terrible team and still be a good player. He had one power play goal last year. One. Andrew Shaw had more power play goals than that.
Yeah, but Andrew Shaw has shin pads. I mean,
Andrew
obviously.
Shaw is 5'6" and probably
Obviously.
can't spell hockey. And I like him. That's a
Well, when
flattering.
you're on a team, well, it's also part of the fact that when you're on a team that's terrible, everyone keys in on you if you're the best player. And last season, Carolina's power play percentage was 24th in the league. It's not like they were good to begin with. I don't think Eric Stahl's a terrible player. I think he's still good. I just think everybody has an off year.
I don't think he's a terrible player. I think he's good. I just am wondering if, I mean, I guess we're not going to know until maybe the end of next season. Is he one of those players who had just a big drop-off? You know, kind of like Danny Briere did. Danny Briere was good one season and then all of a sudden was not good the next season and has continued to not be good.
Eric Stahl's only 30, so I don't think that you can say this yet. Last season, he still put up 20 goals. I know it's a drop-off from some of his other years. He's had 40-plus a couple times. He's scored 30 multiple times. But he had 61 points last year in 79 games. That's not terrible. So I don't think you can say that it's a drop-off yet.
Fair enough.
If he has another terrible year this year, which, yeah, he could, just because the team's bad, then maybe you move him to somewhere where he can regain some of his form to a team with more talent around him. You also got to remember that other people around him, like Alexander Semin, didn't necessarily perform as well as they had hoped. He didn't really have a lot of help in general, so even if you are a good player on a bad team, there's only so much you can do.
Yeah, Sasha Semin is a problem.
He has 7 points in 10 games right now. So this season, still, Yeah, I would like to see him pick it up a little bit, but I still don't think he's over the hill yet. I think it's just a matter of the team he's playing on.
Um, it's hard, if not impossible, to move Eric Stahl, though. So I think he's pretty much with Carolina.
A lot of people have suggested that he's going to be moved.
Yeah, but
So
he got a no trade, and he did convince his brother to sign in Carolina.
that was a terrible move.
It was a terrible move, but it's also a really awkward Christmas dinner if you abandon your brother to the Hurricanes.
I'm sure that his brother will get over it because it's professional, but if you were him, I mean, he's already won a championship once. I don't know. It's one of those guys that a lot of people have said might be moving somewhere to somebody that needs some help. If you had to look at guys this season that are going to be moved, I still think he's one of the top guys that's potentially there. When you look at the upcoming free agents for next season, there's not a lot out there that's decent. I mean, Jason Spezza is out there, but I think he's probably ended up re-signing in Dallas. Maybe not for $7 million like he is right now. But
I mean,
there's
unless
not a
they
lot out
suck.
there this coming season. So if somebody needs some playoff help, I wouldn't be surprised if Carolina makes a move for that. Carolina doesn't have the young guys coming up and just the overall prospects that a team like Buffalo does. So why wouldn't you try to make a move to gain some other stuff going forward if you don't think that you're going to be a playoff team this year? It's a
Except for
business.
that he's got a no trade. So it's not just Carolina wants to move him, he has to want to move as well.
But why would he not want to if he's just going to struggle on a team that's mediocre for the next 5 years?
I mean, maybe he wants a legacy, maybe his family. You know, he's got 2 kids. Yeah, 2 kids who are in school. So he's got a pretty good life in Carolina. He may not want to go suffer through Toronto media or whoever wants him.
Stop thinking of him like a human being and think of him as a hockey player, Ari. Jeez.
I'm a really big Eric Stahl fan, actually. That's why.
I guess maybe I just wasn't being empathetic enough to his situation. But yeah,
This is Adam here, the human element.
yeah, I just I guess I think too much in team terms. I'm more of I don't know. I like watching certain players play, but I guess I'm not like that attached to players in general. So for me, it's more like I think I guess as a GM sometimes. So it's hard for
Also,
me.
Carolina, like, they're not good this year. But they definitely have, and they're not going to be good this year. They definitely got some, like, promising parts of their team. You know, Dustin Falk, Lindholm. Lindholm looks like a nice player. You know, Skinner looks like he's not dead, so that's more than we thought at the beginning of the season. Can't say that much else about his health. So maybe he wants to, you know, stick around, see the rebuild, you know, see it through. That seems like an Eric Stahl kind of thing to do.
Eric Stahl, what a guy.
What a guy. Big fan.
Big fan. Tried to convince everyone that his youngest brother was good when he really wasn't.
It was a noble thing to do.
I remember when he was in juniors and I was like, oh yeah, he's going to be the best Stahl ever because all of his brothers were like, yeah, he got a ton of talent. And then he got signed and I was like, oh wait, this guy's complete shit.
It turned out when they'd been saying a ton of talent, what they meant was he doesn't work hard.
Yeah.
Which is like a really, really diplomatic way to put that. But yeah, Jared Stahl sucks. He's
Speaking...
not even a good AHL player.
Say again?
He's like barely making the AHL.
Yeah.
Yeah. God damn it, Jared.
Anyway. Scoring update. Columbus is still up 4-3 in Philadelphia. New Jersey, thanks to Braden Holtby, is now leading 1-0 on Washington. Pittsburgh scored against Toronto. At the end of the second, it's 1-0. Detroit is still leading Chicago 3-1 after 2. And the Islanders are now leading Florida 2-1. If you guys had to pick somebody right now, based on the way the season's going, and not based on who you thought prior to the season, to be your Stanley Cup favorite, because we're a fifth of the way through the season now, who would it be?
Pittsburgh.
I'm gonna go with. Okay, well that's a tough question. Do I vote just like with what I've seen so far on the ice, or do I vote with like how I think that will continue or not continue going forward?
I voted on what I've seen on the ice so far.
But if I vote on what I've seen on the ice, honestly, like St. Louis. But like
I was going to say the same thing.
Like the reality is, I don't think the St. Louis is not my prediction for the Stanley Cup championship.
I think they look like the most complete team. I mean, Pittsburgh's scoring a shitload of goals, but I still don't have faith in Fleury.
I like Tampa Bay, but I'm not overly convinced by Tampa Bay yet.
Well, they're not even healthy, and they're still tearing it up.
Yeah, I would fucking like Hedman back, please. My fantasy team is suffering.
I'm sorry.
No.
By the way, I had a guy in one of my leagues drop Victor Hedman. If you are in a fantasy league and you drop a player that's going to be hurt for a couple weeks at the start of the year, you're an idiot. Like, even if it's for a month, you're an idiot. The fantasy season's way too long to drop a guy that good.
I did not drop Hedman, so, guys, Dave is not talking about me.
No. But I'm just saying. I picked him up off waivers because somebody dropped him. I had somebody drop David Backes the day that he got his concussion.
That's ridiculous.
That's ridiculous. People, if you're playing fantasy, you have to be patient. This is not fantasy football. This is fantasy hockey. We have a long season.
Yeah, especially, too, if you're in a deep league. And players on the free agency might not be as available as a replacement.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Because I know in a league that all three of us are, or not all three of us, two of us, both Daves are in. Pretty much once you have your roster filled out from your draft and your bench players, that's it.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Outside of that, it's really you're not gonna find much on free agency. So if you have a guy go down, then go to use some IR spots and make do.
So speaking of fantasy, I, as you know, am one of the mods for our fantasy hockey. I play in a lot of fantasy leagues. I, as a commissioner or co-commissioner of several leagues, you try to make things fun for your players that are in the league, like the owners, the people that are managing this, things like this. I'm going to say right now, I am in one league with some people where they have a cap on how many players you can start in a season. If you're like in a baseball league where you have a cap on number of starts, that might matter. Or if you're in a hockey league where you have a cap on the number of starts for a goalie, I totally get that. But I am going to advise anyone that's playing in a league or starting that if you're in a league, especially a large league, this league I'm in has like 20 people. And they cap the number of people that you can start per position. It's maybe the least fun league I've ever played in. Because literally I can't pick up and drop people every day. I can't do anything because of this restriction. So I drafted a team, and unless somebody gets hurt, I don't add or drop anybody. I just set my lineup every day. It is the boringest league in the history of fantasy hockey. For anybody that's playing fantasy hockey or thinking of starting their own league, please do not do things like this. consult your league, ask them what they want and how they want to make it fun. Because the goal to play in any fantasy sport is to enjoy yourselves. Not only to learn more about the players and the league in general, but just, even if you're in a league that doesn't do a lot of trash talking makes everything better in fantasy sports. But it's just, you want to have fun, and when you just stifle a league, it makes everything not fun and nobody want to play. So I highly suggest always talk to the rest of your league whenever you're making rules or you're setting your categories for scoring or things like this. Make sure that everybody communicates and that your whole league is on board with what you're doing, because you want everybody to have fun, and it makes the whole league better when everybody's having fun.
I feel like we should have sad Sarah McLachlan music playing in the background of that.
You're in the arms of the angel.
That was basically Dave's version of the Royal Society for the Protection of Animals.
No, that was legit. I looked that up on YouTube and played it. That's what she sounds like.
I was talking about the other Dave. This is really
Oh.
confusing.
Oh, never mind.
It is confusing sometimes. I apologize. Listen, Dave 3.
Whoa.
No, I was talking to Ari.
Okay.
No, I'm Dave 1.
No.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Calm yourself.
Slow your roll. Slow your roll there, Turbo.
Yeah, about that. We had Gamboa chime in. Why is he not on the podcast?
Because you're busy all the time.
That'd be nice to know, Gamboa.
Yeah.
Anyway, he says, in my opinion, door is wide open on who's the Stanley Cup favorite right now. Lots of teams playing great hockey. That's
Well-
true, but I asked you to pick one.
My
So-
favorite. Okay, I'm gonna change my Stanley Cup favorite. I'm gonna change it to Gamboa's hair.
Gamboa.
No, Gamboa's hair played in the last Stanley Cup final, and it got lit up in 5 games.
Oh, the pass and the spike. Oh man.
Gotta give full credit to my assist there. Assists
Oh.
from Dave and other Dave.
Oh man. And I got a primary assist on that one too. That wasn't a secondary assist. Eat your heart out, Keith.
Do you guys think that the NHL should track those?
Secondary assist? I think so, absolutely. With how much the puck gets moved around, I think it's good to track.
I'm not saying this because I'm really not in any way saying he should. I personally don't think he should have won Norris, but last season I felt like Duncan Keith won the Norris a lot on his scoring, and like 3/4 of his points were from secondary assists, like something ridiculous. So I've always kind of felt like, I don't know, a lot of people felt like Gretzky didn't necessarily deserve all the points he got because of all the secondary assists he had, or things like this. But secondary assists do matter. It's just, do you feel that they should be weighted accordingly? Like, that primary assists are in some way that much more important?
I think, like, it depends. Because I know you've mentioned with the system that it is, Keith just sends the puck up the ice, and then that eventually gets past the eventual goal scorer. Maybe in that instance, it shouldn't be weighted, but at the same time, too, like on the power play especially, I'm going to use that as an example. You know, you're cycling the puck around, you're trying to find a shooting lane. I think in that instance, a secondary assist is almost as important as a primary assist. Or even if you work hard along the boards and on the forecheck and get possession of the puck, then I think that's it's just as important. The reason I don't think that people don't really look into that is just because frankly, I don't think people are going to take the time to look at each assist that's a secondary assist and say, oh, is that a good one or is that a bad one? Do we want to count that one or not?
Right. No, it does get touchy. I get that.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think, like, on one hand, sure, Keith gets a lot of assists by passing the puck to someone who passes the puck to Jonathan Taves, and that's, like, a nice way to get points. But on the other hand, like, Keith gets those assists and Seabrook doesn't, so there's also very much an element of skill there.
Oh, for sure. I mean, he's a
Yeah.
great passer from the defensive zone. I'm not taking that away from him.
Yeah, no, so, like, I definitely think that they should be counted and that they're meaningful. You know, maybe they're not worth as much as primary assists, but honestly, if we introduce, like, fucking half points for secondary assists, I'm just gonna shoot Gary Bettman in the face. So let's not.
Okay.
I already hate the loser point enough as it is.
Would you guys be in favor of a 3-1 point system in the NHL, similar to the way soccer does?
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Like, if you get a win, you get 3 points in soccer. If you get a
Are
draw,
you talking about the 3-2-1-0 point system?
not even 3-2-1. I'm not in favor of complicating it any more than it needs to be because obviously American fans have trouble enough as it is. So, what I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to doing 3 for a win and then 1 for an overtime loss. I don't know about you guys.
I think it's fine with how it is now.
No, I hate the loser point.
Yeah, I do too, but
Well, we're never going to go back to ties
no.
because the public seems to like the shootout. All the studies point to the fact that the public in general likes a shootout and having a winner or loser. So we're never going to go back to ties. We're never going to go to 1 point each. So the situation is we have overtime losses, which count for a point right now. So if you're going to have those count for a loser point, then I think that the winner should get a bonus point instead of just getting the normal 2. Like, you should have 3 and then 1 for... I don't know. I feel like this current system... I don't know. I mean, it actually has helped my team, which is the sad thing and why I'm fighting against it. I don't know, but the Kings are basically a 500 team the last couple years, even though they've won. Like, if you look at their win-loss, overtime loss, we're barely above 500 the last 3 years during the regular season if you just count overtime losses as losses. So it's not like I think this is going to help my team in any way, but I can't stand that a winner only gets 1 extra point when I feel like wins should matter a lot more.
That's not even my objection to it, although I see what you're saying. I don't like that it artificially creates the perception that the NHL is, like, competitive in places that it's not. Right? Like, there are some teams who are going to get a whole bunch of points for losing games this year. And they're going to, you know, look like they're in the playoff race and look like it's really exciting. But they're not. And they're bad teams. And that should be explicit. Honestly, I think it props up bad management. I think maybe that I just sort of put that together now, but I think that maybe my problem is that it allows incompetence to stagnate longer. Because, you know, you're like, oh, you know, we didn't make the playoffs this season, but, you know, look at how many close games we had and how many points we kind of got by losing games. No, that's bullshit. You sucked. Cut the shit.
Ari, you're just a hateful person.
I am.
And I'm over here I'm as nice as can be.
That's untrue.
I like the silence from both of you.
I think you're a nice gentleman, Dave.
Well, thank you, Dave. I'm still bitter that you said gentleman, Dave, on that one podcast.
I think you need to get over that because it was obviously a mistake.
Yeah.
Because Reason said that they're a big fan of the 3-2-1-0 system.
See, I am too.
Ooh. I think that it causes more people to be confused. People already were confused with the loss and overtime loss the way that it was set up before. So that's just... I feel like it's going to create more problems. More people are going to be confused, and you want the game to be easier for the public to understand.
I guess, in theory, I understand what you're saying. But I don't know. Like, frankly, the whole like 2-1-1-0 point system is pretty confusing as it is. Like trying to explain that in a bar just makes you sound like a crazy person. I almost think the 3-2-1. God, there are sticks all over the ice in this Blackhawks game. There are like 3 sticks on the ice.
Are they Easton sticks?
Full circle. Anyways, I honestly think it's not that difficult to explain. I also don't have that much sympathy for the idea that something is hard to explain. Like, I don't think that should be a reason why we don't do something. If it's the like right thing to do, if it's the right system for the NHL, then like we'll find a way to explain it. You know, hybrid icing is kind of hard to explain too, and that's fine.
I hate that they introduced hybrid icing. I can understand it, but I hate it because at this point, with hybrid icing the way it is now, it's basically guaranteed they're not going to get rid of the trapezoid.
Bitter
No,
Negan weekend.
I was not in favor of hybrid icing. I'm still not. I would rather just have no-touch icing like international is.
I support no such icing. I'm fine with that, but
I think hybrid icing, like, I was at the Kings Ducks game a couple nights ago, and the Kings beat out a call, which in my opinion they should not have. It's just that the angle that the linesman was at looked like the Kings guy beat him, but from where I was sitting, which was directly above the goal, like, it was obvious the Ducks guy beat him. It's just like, it just seems stupid to me that there's a judgment call by a ref instead of just a concrete, oh, the puck crossed the red line. Okay, it's icing. Like, I don't like having judgment calls by officials when you could easily make it just an automatic. It just creates more, I don't know, it just creates more situations where all of a sudden you're like, oh, well, the ref's making a decision instead of the game actually being played the way it is. I'm not a fan. But I do like that they at least changed the icing rule to help prevent, more injuries. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you think the next major change in hockey is going to be as far as rules go?
I can tell you what the next one I want to happen is.
That's
3-on-3.
I'd say, yeah, I'm going to say 5-minute 4-on-4, 3-minute, or 5-minute 3-on-3, and then after that you go to a shootout if it's not determined after that.
Yeah, big fan of that. Actually, speaking of changes, this was not this year. Was it this year or last year that they made the nets less deep?
It was this year.
This
It
year.
was this year?
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, and creates more space in the back.
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to care, but it's visibly like better. It gives more people more room to maneuver. It's led to an increase in wraparound scoring, I think, which is kind of fun.
We have a couple answers to the do you prefer the 3-1 system, or pretty much everyone's on board with 3-2-1. Literally, Tiv, J-Star says that she prefers 3-1, but Peace Foam and Because Reasons and Finish the Jewels all say 3-2-1 is the best point system. Daniel says that he prefers 3-1. And he also says on the next question, which is, what rule change do you want to see next in hockey is 3v3 after 4v4 in overtime, which is what you're saying. So
We're all agreed.
I agree too. They're testing it out in the AHL this system, by the way. If you guys haven't been following minor league hockey, AHL is trying this, and according to the stats so far, through however many hundreds of games they've already played, only about 5% of games are going to a shootout right now. So they're doing a 4v4 for 3 minutes or 4 minutes or whatever, and then the 3v3 for an additional 3. So you get 7-minute overtime instead of 5. And then if it's still tied, they go to a shootout. But they've found that I think like 61% of the time or something like that, ridiculous, is being decided during those 7 minutes. And so only right around 5% of games in total are actually going to a shootout, which is significantly less than NHL. So
Daniel actually said in his follow-up tweet, 17% of the games in the AHL that went to OT went to the shootout. So
That's the go to the OT though, not total games. So yeah.
right. So of games that go to overtime, 83% are being resolved without a shootout, which is great.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Thank you, Daniel. I'm glad he
The
had
other
a number.
Another answer for the what is the next rule change you want to see in hockey? Buff Safay said bonus puck. So which I assume he means just throw another puck out on the ice and like let's go for it.
I was having a
I'm
conversation with one of my clients recently, and he's from Arizona, and he actually does a lot of work with the Gila River community that just got the rights to the stadium over in Phoenix for the Arizona Coyotes. So I was talking to him about the Coyotes, and he's like, I will never watch hockey. And I was like, well, why not? And he's like, there's just not enough scoring. I'm like, well, if you consider goals versus like touchdowns or something else in football, I mean, the scoring is not that much less other than you have field goals. And he's like, the only way I'd watch hockey is if they threw in a bonus puck. So I was like, all right, man, well, if you ever come out here to California, I'll take you to a game. Or if I'm in Arizona, I'll take you to one, and I'll break down hockey for you. But, yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people that feel like there's not enough scoring. A bonus puck would obviously help. But
I just thought of a really.
So what? You could score. I mean, let's just hypothetically say there was 2 pucks in a game. If you score a goal, would that stop play for the other puck too?
Nope.
No.
Nope. If it's still in play, it's still in play.
Yeah. You play until both pucks are in the net. So the way I played Shinny, at least, if you had 2 pucks, you could score on one net and the other team could score on the other net, and then it was just a 1-1 game. You kept playing.
I just thought of a really dumb rule change that would not be that probably work for like 2 games before people will realize how many injuries this is going to cause.
Oh, great.
Did any of you ever watch the XFL? It was started by Jesse Ventura. You remember how they determined
who was the last time we had a professional team in Los Angeles?
Well, do you remember how they determined who would get? They didn't have kickoffs unless you scored. But do you remember how they determined who got the opening kickoff?
No.
Or who got possession of the ball first? They'd have 2 guys. There'd be a ball like 15, 20 yards away, and they'd have 2 guys run after the ball and try to like wrestle it away from each other. My idea for who gets to start with the puck first would be to have you get both teams. They send out their biggest plug that they can possibly pick on that bench. Have each one go down to opposite ends of the red line, skate as fast as they can into each other, and try to fight each other to see who wins.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, it worked for like 2 games. People would probably think it's hilarious, and then they'd realize, oh, this could really fuck someone up.
No, there is no one on my roster who would be good at that. I immediately oppose that.
I would say I'm going to volunteer Matt Cook as tribute.
I would throw Jordan Nolan in there. It'd be the only thing he'd be good for. Pacebalm says as far as rule change. What's that?
Chris Versteeg would suck at that too.
Yeah.
This is terrible.
As far as rule change people would like to see, Pacebalm says overtime rule changes aside, automatic double minor for embellishment. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that.
I wouldn't mind
also,
it, but they have to make sure that embellishment call is actually legitimately an embellishment call and not just somebody getting tripped by a skate and going down because they lost balance. I know people don't like Brad Marchand, but his embellishment call I did not disagree with at all because his I can't remember who they were playing, but his skate got taken out from under him. He tripped over that and fell down, but he got called for an embellishment call. I did not agree with it. I think he's dirty rat, but I think that was a bad call.
You know what I have noticed aside, I know that those calls have not been reviewed, but last season, as a Kings fan, we lost a game to Detroit, where a puck went off the net and hit Jonathan Quick in the back and went in the goal. Nobody saw it on the refs. The Kings lost by a goal. It sucked. This season, twice in the last 2 games, watching the Kings, I went to the Ducks game on Wednesday. The Ducks shot a puck out of their defensive zone, and it went out, and it should have been a penalty, but none of the refs seemed to see it, but they all conferred together with the linesman and got the call right. Then last night, Jamie Benn scored a goal on the Kings to make it 2-0, after the puck had hit the glass and then hit the net, and Mike Richards had pointed that it went out, but then Ben scored. The refs all got together again, conferred with the linesman, and said that the puck hit the net and it should have been a good goal. So I am liking that the refs are at least conferring all together and making the right call. And we mentioned this, I think, last week, too, in our podcast, how Jared Stoll had been called on a tripping in Pittsburgh. The refs all got together and reversed that call, and then he came out of the penalty box. So I am liking that more this season. I've been seeing refs all getting together and trying to make the right call in situations. Even if they, I mean, no time ever is everybody going to agree refs are perfect, but I feel like the NHL in general, from what I've seen at least as a fan, have been trying harder to get the calls right and all working together as a unit instead of just one ref saying, no, it's a penalty.
That is nice.
I don't know about you guys, but at least from my team's perspective, that's how I've seen it.
Before we go any further, I want to get this out here because I have to leave in 10 minutes because I have a game tonight. I actually have a trivia question for Twitter people. And what's on the line is Reddit Gold again. And I will also pay you a sincere compliment publicly. So, stakes are pretty high, am I right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to answer this because Dave already told me the answer.
Well, Dave's technically not allowed to answer either unless nobody can answer, then Dave, I'll give you a sincere compliment.
I was going to say, otherwise, I'm really in this for the sincere compliment. Fuck Reddit Gold.
Okay, so my question is, who in the state of Minnesota, for the high school hockey tournament, who has won the most state championships for girls? Boys, it's easy to pick out. It's obviously Edina. Girls, though, this information is not easily... It won't be easily found by a Google search. You will have to do a little digging. So yeah, figure that out, and whoever figures it out first, I will give Reddit Gold and a sincere compliment. A little history on the girls tournament that started in '95, and Ari, do you think you could tell me who won the first tournament? I honestly couldn't either. I couldn't either until I actually looked it up. So
I believe it was Blake School.
To who?
Wasn't it Blake?
No, it was not Blake.
Oh, damn.
It was Apple Valley.
Ew. Gross. Also Detroit just scored empty net. So
Oh, fun.
4-1 Detroit.
Detroit?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't know the answer to that question, Dave. I'm sorry, I don't follow Minnesota high school hockey.
No, that's fine. But that's kind of why I wanted.
I'm usually pretty good with NHL trivia, and unfortunately, here in Southern California, growing up, we never had much in the terms of high school or college hockey.
Mhm.
So it was very hard to follow. I mean, I would follow college hockey as best I could growing up, but high school, I mean, I played roller hockey because that's all we had out here for high school teams, but it wasn't even CIF. CIF is like the governing body of high school sports out here, and they didn't even have roller hockey listed. It's just everybody that was part of hockey here in California wasn't like state sanctioned. We were all a club team, so it's like the roller hockey team in our yearbook. Like, I was in the yearbook as part of the roller hockey team in the same vein as, like, the chess team or the debate team. So we weren't technically, like, a sports team. We were a club in high school. So, and that's how everybody here was. It was just kind of weird. So even though we did, like, and we all had to pay, like, the high school didn't pay for anything, so all the parents had to pay for all the rink time. And since it was California, all we had was roller hockey. Like, we didn't even have enough ice rinks in the area at the time. Now, here in Orange County, the Ducks have done a fantastic job of sponsoring all the rinks locally. So there's a ton of ice hockey here in Orange County now, but that wasn't the case when I was in high school.
I do just want to tell you that I got a letter for my Letterman jacket in debate in high school. So don't tell me debate isn't a sport.
Ari, sorry, but I got a letter in jazz band. Do you want to tell me that that's a sport? Because it's not.
I got a letter in Quiz Bowl, so. Don't fight me on this.
Well, okay, no, see, I would agree with that because that's more of a mental sport.
Wow, I can't believe you're defending quiz bowl as a sport to me.
Well, I'm just saying, like.
Well, I mean, technically, I lettered in roller hockey, even though it wasn't a sport, but I also lettered in, like, government, because I was part of, like, the ASB government, so...
I could have lettered 5 years in baseball, but I only did 4.
How do you letter 5 years in high school?
Well, my school was so small that they allowed 8th graders to play for the high school team. Since it's summer season, technically we're in high school.
I mean, that's one explanation. The other explanation being super senior.
No.
Yeah.
I was not held back.
No, I was...
Despite
I was an honor student, I was a total jock. Like, I played roller hockey. I was also in varsity baseball. I was captain of the football team, so I was the total sports guy.
I played baseball. Baseball is pretty much my sport. That was it.
In baseball, like, I could always hit the ball. Like, in high school, I hit, like, 360.
Mm-hmm.
Which wasn't too bad for high school. I mean, the good high school players, hit like 400, close to 500, shit like that. But I was never accurate in throwing a ball. So I was always playing. That's kind of a problem in baseball. Like, I actually had a decent arm. I wasn't super accurate, so they just stuck me in outfield all the time. But after I blew out my knee playing football, I was never as fast, so it didn't really matter.
I was never gifted at the plate, but I believe if I stayed and played my 5th year of high school baseball, I could have gotten all conference, which isn't really saying that much because I played for a small school, so we played in a small conference. But still, because we had different categories for all conference. You had hitting, fielding, and then all just general player. So a combo of hitting and fielding. I think for fielding, just with how talented I was in the field, and I feel like I'm being really arrogant right now, but I could have gone all conference if I stayed for my 5th year, but I was moving, so I wasn't able to play.
There's no shame in being proud of your achievements, I don't think. I mean, even if it is high school. I mean, high school was a big deal when you were in it. People are always like, oh, I think that there's, like, this stereotype that if you're proud of something you did in high school, that doesn't mean much because you're an adult now, but it meant a lot to you at the time. And it was still, most people, even in high school, the majority of people didn't achieve your level of success in that area. So it's still a big deal at that time. So,
yeah.
I don't know. I think that it's still a big deal.
I'll be honest, I love hockey, but baseball is my favorite sport. And usually I'd say once or twice a week, I kind of miss playing on the field.
Dave, we don't have an answer to your question yet.
Well, keep digging, people. Seriously, use Google, use your resources. The answer is out there. But yeah, just you gotta look, because obviously it's girls. So unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of coverage on it, which is kind of sad. But the tournament isn't as old as the boys' tournament is. And actually, I found this pretty interesting. Maybe, I guess when you think about it in the grand scheme of things, it's really not that surprising. But when I was looking up information on the high school tournament in general, up until last year, I kind of figured that Edina would have had the most tournament appearances just because they have a history of success. But I looked at it, and they're actually tied with another school, and that school was Roseau up in the Iron Range. And for those that don't know, Roseau and War Road up in Minnesota, they have what a lot of people in Minnesota in general consider the best rivalry in hockey, period. NHL, college, it doesn't matter. They say that this is the best rivalry because these two towns are just hockey nuts. They're, I think, about a mile or 2 miles separates them.
And if you don't know, War Road is where TJ Oshie played.
Yeah, and Gigi Marvin, too. She's from there, I believe.
Yeah.
Chrissy Wendell. I think Chrissy Wendell is from Roseau, if I remember right, and she was the captain of the U.S. women's team.
That sounds about right.
Sidebar in our chat, and I will be back in 1 second. I got to run and do something. I'll be back in 60 seconds.
I already answered, Dave, but no, your answer is correct. He said South St. Paul. That is almost correct. I believe they have 4 championship wins, but that is not correct. Okay, yeah, that's the other hint. The team that has won the most has won 5. Their most recent being this past year.
Nice.
But yeah, anyway, back to my original point. Edina, I believe this past season for them was marked their 35th tournament appearance. Before that, it was 34. And Roseau had 34 from this year, this past season. So I thought that was actually pretty interesting.
Edina is a big hockey star from when I was in high school. They had like a line of 3 really talented guys, and one of them just scored his 2nd NHL goal last night. His name is Anders Lee, and he plays on the Islanders now.
Okay. I didn't realize
and he would not know who I am, but he might know who my sister was. I was too much younger than him. But, yeah, high school hockey's a gem. I mean, I think, I can't confirm for sure, but I was speculating about this year with someone. I think I saw Jonathan Toews play in high school.
Okay, I'm back, sorry.
When he was at Shattuck, you mean?
Yeah. I think I saw Jonathan Toews play at high school, college, and NHL level.
Okay. That's actually pretty interesting, because not a lot of people can say that.
Yeah, but Shattuck did used to play Blake. I don't think they do anymore.
Dave, was it the school I mentioned in the sidebar?
No, you're close because they have 4. The team that I think of, or that is correct, has 5.
I don't hate South St. Paul though, so.
I don't either, because you know what? A lot of the kids that came from that were on the 79 Gophers, that won this championship. Herb Brooks went out and recruited them because at the time South St. Paul kids are really gritty. They played like when you think of old time hockey, that's the kind of style of hockey these kids played, and Herb targeted that. So, and that is honestly one of my. I wasn't alive for that, obviously, but that's honestly one of my favorite Gopher teams to win a championship. Was the 79 team, and the talent on that is just ridiculous too, because a lot of people said that when Herb picked his team, they said it was a lot of Minnesota bias because he picked 9 players from that team to play in the Olympics, I think originally, before all the cuts happened. But yeah, a lot of guys from Boston and Minnesota.
Peace Farm is saying Blake School.
Yeah, that is correct!
Good job.
Paul is correct, and this is actually special because one of our members actually went to Blake.
I did.
Yes,
I am a graduate of, as we affectionately call it, the Blake School of Excellence, established 1900.
Okay, I have a question though, because I'm only seeing that they won 4. So what years did they win that you're thinking of?
Let me find it.
I don't know, all the time.
They
were always good.
Won it in 07.
Because I'm showing that girls ice hockey started in 1995.
Yes.
And that they won in 2003, 2007, 2009, and 2013.
And 14.
Oh.
2014. So they're back in the back.
So they won this year, and it's not listed yet.
No, it is listed. If you want to see it, go to vintageminnesotahockey.com.
Got you.
That is where I found it. I believe in 2007, Ari, you said you were a freshman. Is that correct, when they won?
Yes.
Okay.
We used to get, we got enough time off school to go to the game if they made the quarterfinals. We got half a day off school if they made the semifinals. We got a full day off school if they made the finals. So we were big Lake Clara's hockey fans. Everyone was, whether you liked hockey or not.
I'm really glad to see that Southern California, especially what the Ducks are doing, are really trying to develop the high school program there. But I've seen, particularly when Ducks fans and Wild fans are kind of chirping at each other, Ducks fans will say, our high school teams can take on your high school teams at any time. That may be true, but I would love to see their best team take on a Dino. I would absolutely love that.
Wait, no, I want to see them take on Blake. We were talking about Blake. Stop changing Blake into Dino.
Okay, well, I'm not saying they're the same. I'm just saying, just the talent level, I think, is still it's still ridiculously separated. And I'm not saying this just because I think Minnesota players are better in general. I'm saying this because ice time here is a lot easier to get. Obviously, with the wintertime, because you can skate outside, and also skating outside too gives you the advantage of working on your skills because the ice obviously isn't perfect. It doesn't get resurfaced all the time. So the ice is really chippy, it sucks, and the puck's bouncing all over, so you really develop your hands.
Oh, is that what I was doing? I thought I was just fucking around.
Well, I mean, there is that too, Ari, but... And I think it really says something, too, about a state that can sell out an NHL arena to watch Class 2A high school hockey for the championship. That's ridiculous.
Blake says he's horribly lost right now. Evidently, he's being thrown into a conversation about Blake High School. So.
Okay, I also have to pay Paul a nice, sincere compliment.
Yeah, Payson won that one.
Yes, he did. Congratulations. Paul, I will say you have, I think, the cutest cat on Reddit. I think you're a funny guy. And I enjoy seeing your tweets. You're one of my favorite people that I follow on Twitter.
Woo!
So, there we go.
He's also one of the most interactive people in our podcast, so
that is true. That. So thank you, Paul. If I had to power rank everyone on Twitter of whose tweets I like seeing the most,
I already hate this.
Well, let's see here. Paul, you would be number 1 because I enjoy you. 2 would probably be...
I'm not on Twitter enough. I understand I'm not going to win this one.
Yeah, I don't know who number 2 would be. Ari, I tried to rank you, but I have to leave right now, and that's going to take me forever. So, see you guys.
Wow.
Later, Dave.
Bye, Dave.
Have fun.
I'm going to...
lots of goals.
I'm going to...
Are you going to ankle tape or not?
Fuck you.
Okay.
That was an appropriate note to end on.
All right. Well, Dave's gone. He's going to go play some real hockey. Ari, have you ever played hockey?
I mean, growing up, I played shitty. Like, I was a figure skater. So, no, not really. We'd go out and, like, mess around when it was cold enough on the ponds near my house. Like, someone would lend me a stick. But I never, like, I never had a jersey that had my last name on the back. I never played that kind of hockey.
I actually heard Jeff Skinner earlier this week on the Merrick versus Wyshynski podcast, and they asked him about figure skating and how, since he's joined the league and his history, like a lot of people mock the fact that he was a figure skater growing up, but that a lot of people have consulted figure skating coaches on how to improve their edges as hockey players. And obviously Jeff Skinner is a great skater. So
Duncan Keith was also a figure skater before he was a hockey player.
Duncan Keith was?
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. Duncan Keith.
But Duncan Keith is also a great skater.
He is.
Yeah, there's something to this.
I would agree. I wish, as a kid, that I had gotten skating lessons. I never did. I just kind of learned on my own. And it's still the worst part of my hockey game. Like, as somebody who's played hockey for a while, I feel like I can do everything on a hockey rink okay, except I'm not a good skater. Like, I'm okay. I mean, obviously I play defense. I can skate forward and backward and such, but realistically, I think it would behoove a lot of young people to take a skating lesson or two. You know?
A lot of people think, in fact, most people think that figure skating is about the things you see in, Olympic figure skating. The first thing anyone ever asks me is, oh, can you do an axel? Or, oh, can you do a sit spin, whatever. But the reality is that the majority of figure skating is not about that. It's about edge work and about footwork in general, about having fast feet, really good center of gravity, really good balance, and about being able to generate power in sort of really different ways. That you need to be able to generate a lot of speed and power doing um, graceful looking backwards step cross holds. You need to be able to generate power, just skating forward. You need to be able to generate power coming out of a spin, coming out of a jump on really sharp edges. And so I think that there's a lot of crossover between the skills that you learning, I don't want to say basic figure skating, but sort of up until the junior and senior levels. Okay, for those of you who don't know, there are two kinds of figure skating grades that you pass. You can either be USFSA, US Figure Skating Association, or ISI, which is international. But those are divided into categories. So it's something like pre-preliminary, preliminary, something else, then intermediate, then novice, then junior, then senior. And they have them for two different kinds of skating. They have them for I don't remember what it's called, but basically like footwork and edge work, etc. And then they have them for jumps and spins and what you would call tricks or whatever. So if you just up until like the junior level, you're just doing edge work, power skating, that kind of thing. So yeah, learn to figure skate. Also, figure skaters are way more hardcore than you think. Do not put them down.
Oh no, I totally believe it. And as somebody that actually, as I mentioned, I mean, we mostly played roller hockey here, but they actually had basically figure skating classes for roller hockey people here,
Oh, that's cool.
which is kind of weird. Like, you would never think of that normally, but because we don't have a lot of ice here, you would go to a roller rink, and sometimes you're sitting there waiting for the figure skaters to get done, you know? So it's something I've watched. I mean, primarily the majority of people that were doing it were girls, but I mean, they could almost every time I've played in a league in hockey, at least with girls, almost all the girls have done some sort of figure skating and are just ridiculous skaters because they have to be because they're not going to be as physical, you know, as we guys are. So they're always great skaters, and I always kind of wondered, like, if I had gotten more skating lessons, how much better I could be. So it is definitely something that I think a lot more people are going to look into, and something that people shouldn't mock, because I feel like a lot of times people mock people for doing things out of the normal until somebody actually succeeds at it, like a Jeff Skinner. So it would just be interesting.
And Skinner was a really legit figure skater. Like, he didn't just do it to learn to play hockey. Skinner was like way better than I ever was. He was competing at like a national level when he quit. He quit to play hockey.
Yeah.
So yeah, he wasn't messing around. But it's also, I think there's something to learning to skate with different skates too. I don't really know. I've never really skated with hockey skates because I always owned nice figure skating skates, and skates are expensive. No one was going to buy me 2 pairs. But I think that maybe that has something to do with it as well.
Would you consider going into playing hockey now?
I'd like to learn. I'm worried that I'd be really bad at it. I don't really.
You know, I was at a game about a week and a half ago, and my buddy had never played an ice hockey game before, and it was his first game ever that I went to, and everybody on the rink was god-awful. So I think that doesn't matter. As long as you can skate, you'll be okay. And it wasn't that they were terrible because of what they could do with a stick or puck. It was they're terrible because they would skate. So if you can skate, I would highly suggest joining the league, just because it's fun. But
yeah,
it is expensive.
It does look like fun. It was certainly fun when I played as a kid. I don't really have any hand-eye coordination, so that's what I'm worried about. And, I think there's going to be a lot of whiffing on one-timers from me.
You act like people can actually one-time the puck in a beginner league.
Okay. See, I don't even know. I have no idea.
Well.
But I can skate. I will say that.
You can teach me how to skate. I'll teach you how to hand-eye coordinate.
Nice. Sold. Skating is easy. I got the better end of that deal.
My hand-eye coordination was always really good. It was my foot-eye coordination that was the problem.
Yeah, no, I only did sports with like foot-eye coordination. Big on the foot-eye.
I don't even know if that's really a term, but
It is
my foot
now.
coordination was never. I have a crooked left foot too, so it doesn't really help.
Uh, as far as I know, my feet are straight.
No, I was just born with a crooked left foot. Like it sticks out like I would say 30 degrees to the left a little bit. It's kind of weird. It makes like turning over from skating backwards to forwards a little bit difficult on one transition, but
Oh, I see how that could be.
yeah. Well, I asked the wrong question, but people took it literally. I asked what other leagues they follow besides NHL, and Paceform says NFL, NCAA basketball, college football, and because reasons said CFL. I was more talking about hockey, but I guess, that makes sense too. I don't know if you follow any other professional sports, but do you feel that as a sports fan, in general, that you look at other sports and compare them to hockey, or do you look at every sport individually and appreciate them for what they are?
I definitely compare some things. Um, I try and take them on their own terms. Like, it doesn't help to go into a game thread or a match thread on our tennis and be like, wow, this is way less fun than hockey. Because I don't want the comparison to ruin my enjoyment of sports. But I definitely like things like drug testing or international competition. I definitely use what some athletes can do as a basis of comparison for others. I watch NBA, definitely a lot of NBA, and as you guys might have noticed, a lot of tennis. So those are sort of my two.
I find it very hard to follow the NBA myself during hockey season because I'm consumed by hockey.
Although speaking of which, can I just give a shout out? The Minnesota Timberwolves just lost 139 to 91.
Dude, Philadelphia 76ers lost by like 55 points yesterday to Dallas. Like,
I didn't even see
they
that.
set a record by scoring, like, they were down by 44 at halftime. Like, yesterday, the 76ers are garbage. I'm sorry, Philly fans, but...
No, they are. They're horrible.
Yeah. I asked because like I said earlier, I was on baseball team, football team, hockey. I even played soccer in high school. I took tennis classes. I took golf classes. Like, I feel like being an all-around sports fan makes you appreciate other sports as well, but it also helps you compare one sport to the other. So for me, I feel like hockey, even though I love it the most, I also feel like it's almost like the most complete sport, if that makes sense. I don't know if anybody else feels that way in general about their particular sport.
So what do you mean by that?
Well, hockey, you not only need to have the hand-eye coordination, you have the foot coordination. Obviously, in soccer, you have foot coordination. You have foot coordination in other things as well. Like, you need good footwork if you're playing down low in basketball, for example. Like, if you're a center or a forward, you need good foot coordination. If you're a lineman in football, you need good foot coordination. But I feel like hockey, to me, one of the reasons why I loved it so much was it's such a complete sport. It's not only physical and fast, you need good hand-eye, you need good foot coordination, you need to be a team player as well. So, even though, like I said, I did play tennis for a bit, I still love playing tennis. I'll play it if, anybody ever wants to play, but that's an individual sport. So for me, like, as a team sport, I don't find football is probably the most complete team sport because there's so many positions, but it's more like a chess game where you have so many different positions that do individual things. For me, it's a hockey player is a more complete total athlete than most other sports, which is one reason I love it. Basketball, you play all the time too. You don't have a goalie in basketball, obviously, but you play offense and defense in basketball like you do in hockey. But to me, a lot of guys that are great scorers don't really have to play too much defense in basketball. Whereas in hockey, if you're not doing that, you're
I
basically
mean,
useless. There are guys like
Ovechkin.
Ovechkin who people say don't play a lot of defense, but for the most part, most guys, but he overcomes that by being so good offensively. In hockey, for the most part, you have to play a 200-foot game, otherwise you're no good. In basketball, a guy like Kevin Durant can be so good at scoring that he doesn't necessarily need to be the best defenseman. Great players like Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant are good on both ends of the ring or ends of the court. So for me, growing up, one of the reasons I loved hockey so much was because it felt like a more complete game to me than anything else.
I
I don't
don't
know.
know that that's ever why. I don't know that I can compare how athletic different athletes are so much. I think I enjoy games. I appreciate like how difficult it is to play at the professional level in the sports I watch. But I don't ever really think like, oh, you know, Roger Federer is a better athlete than Jonathan Taves, you know, or the opposite way around. Or like, oh, tennis requires more skills than hockey, or hockey requires more skills than tennis. I enjoy the games because they're beautiful to watch. Um, and they're beautiful to watch because the people who play them are such amazing athletes. But I don't, that's not the kind of comparison I tend to make. I tend to make more policy-based comparisons. Rules, you know, management, that kind of thing. Like, I'm really interested in tennis endorsements versus hockey endorsements, because hockey endorsements are horrible.
That's very true, but tennis, tennis, I love the way tennis is set up internationally because you do have national level events.
Hmm.
But the greatest players all play internationally throughout the world all the time. I kind of wish golf was similar. I like playing golf too. But so much of golf's money is in the United States. There is a European tour as well. There's an Asian tour, things like that. But a lot of people don't play in that. Like Tiger Woods barely plays outside of the United States, and he's the biggest draw, in golf. Um, Tennis, you get the best athletes at the best tournaments all over the world. Golf, you have 3 majors in the U.S. and then 1 in Britain. It's like, to me, I think tennis is set up really well like that. Formula One is set up well, and then it's international for racing, but that's a completely different thing. And I think that it's hard to do team sports like that, so that's a different ballgame as well.
Tennis
But
has to try really hard to create that international arrangement. For years, no one went to Australia, to the Australian Open, because it was in Australia. They were just like, no, we're not going. And so, as a result, some would argue that the results of a guy like Rod Laver are inflated. Rod Laver used to have the most Grand Slam titles of any man. The most Grand Slam titles of anyone, of course, is Martina Navratilova, who's the greatest tennis player of all time.
yes,
But
but
with
she
all
didn't.
due
She didn't just win individual either. She won doubles and mixed doubles and things like that.
yeah, Martina Navratilova won every single thing it's possible to win in tennis. There is not a thing that she didn't win. And if there is a thing that she didn't win, it either didn't exist when she played tennis or it doesn't matter. People will
I'm
be
going
like,
to ask you because you would probably know this more than me because even though I am a tennis fan, you're probably more of a tennis fan than I am. Did she ever win a gold medal?
I don't think that tennis was played at the Olympics while Machina played.
Okay.
But I can double check. I don't remember. Anyways, I love Martina.
She might be the greatest individual athlete ever, and people don't give her enough credit. As far as individual sports go, I don't know that there's anybody that's ever won more than her in a sport.
Medal. Oh, sorry. She played in one Olympics, 2004. That was already.
So she was well past her prime by then.
Yeah, that's like 30 years past her prime.
Yeah.
She won her first U.S. Open in 1977, if I recall correctly. So, yeah, she won her first Grand Slam in 1975. So whatever she was doing in 2004, I don't even remember it. Oh, I think she was playing mixed doubles because that's what she played in the 2000s. She won a Grand Slam in mixed doubles when I was a teenager. So, um,
Do you feel, a lot of people feel, I think this is kind of just a given now, but sports is so concentrated to one thing nowadays. Like, even though some athletes, this week LeBron James said he didn't want his kids to ever play football because he didn't want them to get hurt. But he played football and hockey. Wayne Gretzky played baseball, or hockey. LeBron James played basketball and football.
I was
Wayne
going to
Gretz-
say,
Wayne
LeBron James played hockey? I was like, that's not a thing I knew. You're usually right, so I wasn't going to question you, but I was like, I can't really imagine that.
No, I was thinking, Wayne Gretzky played baseball. He was a pitcher. A lot of great athletes have played multiple sports. But nowadays, you see a lot of kids coming up specializing in one sport and kind of putting other sports aside, but people still feel that it's important to play multiple sports to gain, abilities and other things, especially in soccer. A lot of people feel that soccer is a great sport to play for kids, regardless of what sport they play, because it really helps their foot coordination in general, which a lot of kids in most sports don't get, especially in North America. Soccer is not that popular. So baseball, football, basketball, hockey, they don't, even though hockey takes foot coordination with skating, you don't get as much individual foot, activity.
Roger Federer, who's maybe the greatest mover of all time on the tennis court. If you haven't seen Roger Federer play tennis, do yourself a favor. Tomorrow afternoon, he is playing, I think around 3 p.m., he is playing Stan Wawrinka. I'll tweet a stream when it comes around. Watch Roger Federer play tennis. It is a religious experience. But he moves like a ballerina. And he says that he began learning and thinking about footwork because of what he learned playing soccer. And he's another one of those athletes who played two sports competitively and chose around 12 or 13 to focus on tennis over soccer. But I think it is really important for people to play two sports. Or to play both because, it gives you more skills and probably makes you a better athlete, but also because I think that it teaches you to love the games you're playing. That if you just do one thing, you can really learn to hate it.
That's what I was going to go to next, actually, is I feel like a lot of these kids that specialize in one sport and whose parents drive them into one thing end up hating it or basically resenting that they didn't get to pick and choose. You see guys that their parents were big into one sport, and so they drive their kids into it. And it just, I feel like more athletes, especially in sports that require multiple skills like hockey, should go into other sports as well when they're younger. Because there's so many guys that burn out so quickly. Especially kids like in Canada that you see that are in juniors that basically just burn out.
Yeah, and that's on a human level so sad. It's sad for sport to lose that kind of talent, but most importantly, these are kids who are 14, who feel like they've peaked, who don't know what there is besides hockey, whose education isn't there, who are frustrated with themselves and exhausted, and it's really hard. It's hard to watch friends go through it. It's hard, I don't want to say I'm an adult because no one would agree with that. As someone who's no longer, in the world of youth competitive sports, it's really sad to watch kids hurt themselves that way. And to parents hurt their kids that way when they really just want the best. But
yeah.
what I was getting at earlier, sorry, I got way off track, was with tennis, it had to push really hard to make it international. That's part of the problem with doubles, and why doubles isn't as popular as singles, is that it's really hard to keep doubles teams together traveling internationally. So you can imagine with a sport, just adding a second person makes the kind of schedule tennis has much more difficult. Adding a whole team makes it.
I think that's why you see guys like the Bryan brothers who dominate doubles tennis. They're twins, and they want to stick together. They're probably going to, I believe they are already, but they're the greatest doubles team ever.
They are the greatest doubles team ever. They're the ones they've won 100 titles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is tough, though. If you ever played doubles tennis, it's actually not. I actually think individual tennis is easier myself. So.
It takes a lot of. I think doubles tennis is amazing training for other sports. Maybe better training than not actual singles tennis is, because doubles tennis requires communication and coordination and constant awareness of the court, um, and a lot of strategy. And sometimes, especially when you're not playing at a high level, playing singles tennis, you're kind of just hitting the ball back and forth. I love doubles. I love mixed doubles too.
Mixed doubles is a little bit weird. Mixed doubles is easy when you're playing with just people you know. But if you ever try playing mixed doubles with, I don't know. Mixed doubles is very strategic.
Yeah.
Which I like. But it is hard if you haven't played with somebody before.
Mixed doubles is. I don't really play tennis actually. Pretty much the ultimate amateur. But one thing I love about mixed doubles is that when you're playing at a recreational level, obviously, the best male tennis players are more powerful than the best women's tennis players, with the possible exception of Serena Williams versus a couple of guys. Serena Williams can probably outserve David Ferrer. David Ferrer is kind of a wimp, but sorry, no offense to David Ferrer. But when you're playing mixed doubles at a recreational level, every once in a while you'll be watching, hanging out at a tennis court or whatever, and you'll see a mixed doubles pair come up, and they clearly don't know the people they're playing, and the one mixed doubles pair will target the woman in the other mixed doubles pair, and she'll just kick their ass. And as a woman, that's deeply satisfying. It's I have one friend's parents who specialize in that.
Pacefalm says that he played tennis in high school, and he says that doubles is fun to play, but dull as fuck to watch.
No, I like to watch doubles.
See, I don't know. I like all tennis in general, so. But I like all sports in general, so it's kind of hard for me to pick and choose.
The thing I like about doubles is when you get really entertaining pairs. I guess I don't watch bad doubles anymore. I really only watch good doubles. But if you watch Pea and Suarez, no one is not entertained watching that. Sorry, that's one of the top 3 mixed doubles pairs, doubles pairs, men's doubles pairs in the world right now. I don't remember where they're from. One of them's Austrian.
We kind of got off on a tangent here, and that's okay.
We did get off on our tennis cast.
There's not a lot of hockey left tonight. Pittsburgh won 2-1. Columbus won 4-3 over Philly. Let's see. I'm showing the Islanders are in a shootout, but I thought that game was over already.
Yeah, the Islanders won 4-3.
Okay, NHL.com's not updated yet. Vancouver and Arizona are the only teams left going right now. Do you think Arizona's struggling? Do you think that they fire Dave Tippett this season? That guy's been a stud for them. It's sometimes hard to quantify how good a coach is for a team, especially when they struggle. But I feel like Dave Tippett's a guy that was put into a horrible situation. He got put onto that team, hired by them when they were in ownership purgatory, basically, and took them and made them into a team that went to the Western Conference Finals a couple years ago, 3 years ago.
Yeah, don't remind me.
I don't think anybody's going to deny that Dave Tippett's a good coach, but that team either just doesn't have the talent right now, or he's just lost that team. So if they want to stay there in Arizona and they want to grow that fan base, and there's all kinds of questions still lingering about their ownership, is there anything that can be done to save Arizona hockey?
I mean, I don't know
If they come in last, if they're in last right now in the West, if they come in last right now and they get Connor McDavid, could that save them?
Oh God, that'd be so good for them to have a real offensive, exciting player to watch. Yeah, Arizona needs a superstar, that's for sure. And they need the media attention that would come from having a player who is already a big name. You know, a market like that can't generate a name the way that Pittsburgh can or the way that Toronto can. You know, or the way that, you know, Brandon Saad is a good player, but Brandon Saad should not necessarily be a name that everyone knows in the NHL, but it is, because he plays in Chicago. Arizona can't do that. I think that part of Arizona's problem right now is Mike Smith has sucked.
Mike Smith's been terrible this season.
And Arizona has had really good goaltending since Tippett got there because it's Tippett's system. So I don't know whether Tippett's system is falling apart in Arizona, or if they're not playing with discipline, or if the system is working and Mike Smith just sucks.
They haven't necessarily lost that much on defense. I mean, they still have Yandel and OEL, and they didn't really shake up their roster that much aside from losing Verbata to Vancouver. So
yeah, so it didn't seem like...
I mean, Ribeiro never worked out there to begin with, so that's not really much of a loss. I know he's doing better in Nashville, but
not that much better.
I don't think with their system right now, with their fan base, and with their prospects, like, yes, they have some decent prospects coming up, but not necessarily great. I think that they're a likely candidate if this ownership thing ends up not working out, which some people still feel is not going to happen. I don't know why you would keep them there if they keep losing money.
I'm not invested. I mean, I hate the Coyotes. And I hate the Coyotes because they almost killed Marian Hossa, and I hate the Coyotes because they stole Tony Amonte from Chicago, and they kicked Wayne Gretzky out of hockey. And that's 3 really great reasons to hate the Coyotes. So frankly, I wouldn't shed that many tears if that team didn't work out. And I'm all about growing the game, but I don't think that Arizona is a good sports market, and I don't think that that was a team that was set up to succeed. And maybe we should try to grow the game in Seattle and just start fresh.
Well, if the Arizona situation doesn't work out, and either Seattle decides to do something, or maybe like Paul Allen decides he wants to put a team in Portland, I could see that happening, moving them there. But if they got a Connor McDavid next year, maybe that'll change.
I mean,
Florida is obviously in a bad situation too, but if worst case scenario nobody wants to move them out of the Eastern Conference, they just move to Quebec because Quebec's opening a new arena anyway. So
I'm more confident in Florida.
I don't think Miami's ever going to be a problem for the Eastern Conference. I know they keep losing a lot of money, but I think Phoenix is still the bigger problem. Arizona, Phoenix. And the thing is, Phoenix, their stadium's in a terrible location, so unless they got a superstar, I don't think that it's going to matter.
I think that, at least for now, I'm confident that Florida is staying. Their ownership is losing a lot of money on the team, but has promised to spend until they win. And they're not playing well this season, but they're kind of, it's getting to be an Edmonton situation, which is like any time now they're going to be good, right? If it's not this year, then next year. Although comparing them to Edmonton is the most favorable thing to do.
But the thing is, they were good 3 years ago. Like I said, they won the division. They went to the Western Conference Finals against the Kings. They lost. They had their opportunity, and then they've blown it since. So.
Oh no, I'm talking about Florida.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, once again, they also won their division 3 years ago.
Yeah, that was.
And they blew it. So they regressed.
Also, that was the worst division of all time.
I don't know if that's statistically true, but it's probably true.
I am still my greatest disappointment in life. And like that's really saying something. It's got some good competition. But my greatest disappointment in life is that the Winnipeg Jets did not win the Southeast Division in the last year of its existence. because then they could have hung that stupid Southeast Division banner in their stadium for all of time, and generations of hockey fans would have looked at that and gone, I don't understand why that Southeast Division banner is here. Did someone forget it? Because it wouldn't say Atlanta Thrashers. It would say Winnipeg Jets won Southeast Division. And that would have been so great, and they screwed it up because Winnipeg can't do anything right.
That's very true.
And that's why I hate the Winnipeg Jets.
Well, that reminds me when the Kings were in a division on the East Coast with like Boston and Montreal back in the day. We were terrible then, and we lost a lot of games because we had to travel all the time for everybody. But that would have been so awesome if we'd won the division back then.
Yeah, the current divisions probably make good sense, but I love the old divisions. Like the Norris division. The Norris division was great.
I mean, I still wish that they went back to that. Okay, the Kings were in the Norris division with the Hartford Whalers, Detroit, Pittsburgh, Montreal.
And then
can you imagine like if they'd won that division back then?
Although back when Pittsburgh was in the Norris division, they were bad because Pittsburgh moved to the Patrick division before Mario Lemieux was drafted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Lemieux came out in what, 84?
Yeah.
So.
And I don't know when Pittsburgh moved, but it was somewhere in between 1980 and 1984.
Well, Pittsburgh moved from the Norris to the Patrick in 82 or 81.
Okay.
So that's when they realigned everything, and the Kings moved to this Smythe division. So.
Yeah, but it was like the good old days of the Blackhawks being. Well, actually, this would be pretty much a nightmare. I'm pretty much living this nightmare. The last Smythe division, or the last Norris division lineup was the Blackhawks, the Red Wings, the North Stars, the Blues, the Lightning, and the Leafs. So if you replace the North Stars with the Wild, I would be suffering through the Blackhawks playing the Wings, the Wild, the Blues, the Lightning, and then I guess the easy win against the Leafs.
Wait, in the Smythe division?
No, in the Norris division.
The last year of the Norris division, you guys were in there with Detroit, Minnesota North Stars, Tampa Bay.
Yeah, the Blues and the Leafs. I literally just read that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying that'd be...
And that last year was actually... This is why the Maple Leafs hate the Kings, actually. Because of 93.
Yeah, the...
93 Campbell Conference Finals was Kings versus Maple Leafs, and everybody wanted the Maple Leafs versus the Canadiens. Well, everybody in Canada at least wanted the Maple Leafs versus Canadiens in that final, and this is why they hate Kerry Fraser for not going high stick on Wayne Gretzky in Game 6. But I'm just going to say, yes, that should have been a penalty as a Kings fan, but the Maple Leafs still could have won Game 7 at home. So
this is like the Cubs thing. It doesn't matter. What matters is the emotion. What matters is what could have been, Dave. Don't reason with Maple Leafs fans or Cubs fans. They cannot be reasoned with.
I love Maple Leaf fans, though. Honestly, I feel bad for them. Like, I understood their pain for a long time. They hadn't won since '67, which is the year the Kings came into the league, and for a long time, it was like Kings, Maple Leafs, Blues have not won the Cup since 1967. Like, everybody would always say the same thing, and I was like, God, I hate being lumped into this group with the worst losers of all time. So I totally feel sympathy for the Maple Leafs and the Blues. I really do. I have nothing against the Blues. The Blues might hate us for us beating them a couple years in the playoffs, but I really do feel sympathy because I understand their pain. I know the Maple Leafs have won a lot of Stanley Cups way back in the day, but most of those people that were around for that are not alive anymore, and I feel sympathy for the Maple Leafs, especially because of how terrible of ownership they've had. and I understand having terrible ownership in a lot of different things.
That was
So,
the best backhanded compliment I've ever heard.
well,
Oh man, I hate being lumped in with these losers. So now I have sympathy for you. You total losers. Oh wow, that was amazing. But yeah, no, the Blues suck though. You may not hate them, but we can all agree. Dave just muted himself, so I'm just talking now into the void. The Mighty Dave show with 4 Daves has now just become Ari. Just talking. I don't know, let's talk about tennis. Ask me questions.
sorry. I apologize.
No worries.
My roommate was talking to me. Evidently we got a tea time tomorrow. So where were you?
I don't know, I was just spitballing.
Well, we had a couple answers to the question about will Connor McDavid save hockey in Arizona, and Lacria says he's busy hurting himself. So Josh says nobody can. That's not very optimistic. Paceform asks, or not, yeah, he says, are the Stars and Avs really this bad? Well, I think the Avs are that bad.
Here's the thing. I spent all season last season predicting their demise. Like, probably too enthusiastically. But I don't know if they're, like, genuinely worse than the Edmonton Oilers bad. You know?
Yeah.
Like, Varlamov is still a good goaltender. They have incredibly elite talent up front. Their lineup has more depth than it did last year, although, you know, the loss of Parenteau and Stastny is 2 big losses. Their defense is bad, but is it really worse than last year? So they overachieved massively last year, but I also kind of think they're underachieving a little bit this year. But I think they're closer to this end of the spectrum than they were to that end of the spectrum. But they just pulled out a really nice win in New York.
True. I was watching that game last night. Dallas won against the Kings last night. They shut them out. Yuri Lettinen had a great game. I think the Stars will come around a little bit. I don't think the Stars are that bad. They have the same problem, is their defense isn't great. It's hard to compete in the Western Conference if your defense isn't good. You can have all the offense you want, but so many teams are good defensively in the West that either way, with the Avs or the Stars, if you don't have good defense, you aren't going to make it. So even with good goaltending, and both teams have good goaltenders, in my opinion, in Semyon Varlamov and Yuri Lettinen.
Kari
Lettinen, sorry.
No worries. Lettinen has underperformed thus far this year, and so I think as he gets better, Dallas's record will get better. But definitely the defense is a problem. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Dallas make a move for a defenseman who's going to be a UFA next year, or an RFA.
There aren't many good defensemen coming out next year, though.
No, like Johnny Aduya is like top of the line, which is kind of sad. Given how much shit I give Johnny Aduya every day. His tiny Swedish existence.
When we look at the defensemen that are coming out next season, you have Mike Green, who's not going to make that much of a difference. Sergei Gonchar, who's probably going to retire. Paul Martin.
They're already talking about a contract extension for him in Pittsburgh.
Yeah. Wisniewski, who's not a defensive stud anymore. He's still good offensively, but I think the Islanders might end up re-signing him anyway. There's not a lot else out there. I mean, Christian Ehrhoff, maybe. Merit Zidlitsky looks like he's past his prime. Mark Stahl's going to be a free agent. That'll be interesting. I think Mark Stahl's not great, but he's still a very solid defensive defenseman.
Yeah, you could do a
So,
lot worse than Mark Stahl.
yeah, I think that he is going to command a price with somebody, and they'll probably get overpaid because he's still only 27, and somebody's going to need a defenseman. Whether the Rangers resign him or not, I think that he is probably going to be maybe the most desirable defenseman, unless somebody really wants an offensive guy like Mike Green. Because Mike Green's only 29 too, so you look at those two guys to be guys that are going after in free agency. Francois Beauchemin, I think he's 34, but I think that the Ducks will probably try to make a play for him because he works well in their system. And they're on a good team, so I don't know why he would want to leave them and why they would want to let him go when he's only a 3.5 hit. Aside from that, yeah, Johnny Oduya, he's a good player. Johnny Boychuk's out there. So the defensive free agencies coming up is not that great of a pool to pick from. So somebody will probably get overpaid.
I was just looking at the Rangers in terms of can they re-sign Mark Stahl. They've got MSL, Matt Zuccarello, Derek Stepan, Carl Hagelin, Lee Stepniak, Jesper Fast, who's not a name they're going to have to worry about, and Mark Stahl, and Kim Talbot, all coming off contracts next year. So they've got a lot of people to re-sign. And they've got some cap. They will have cap space to do it in next year, but I don't know if they're going to keep all those guys. You know, you have to think they're going to keep Martin St. Louis. I don't think he's retiring yet, and Zuccarello doesn't want to go anywhere, so maybe you can get him to take a discount. But you know, someone like Carl Hagelin, it's an RFA, that could be a situation.
Pacefarm says that Andre Sekera should be the number one guy going in free agency next year. He's 28.
He's a good defenseman.
He's from Carolina. He is a good defenseman, but do you feel that he provides more offensively than Mike Green or more defensively than Mark Stahl?
Well,
I don't necessarily know that he's better than either of those two guys in those two categories. He might be a better all-around defenseman, though.
yeah, and frankly, that's maybe more valuable. You know, I would rather have Sekera than Mike Green. That's for sure.
Okay. Yeah, I could see that. I don't know that I'd take him over Mark Stahl myself, though.
I lean towards saying I'd take Mark Stahl, but I don't know for me how much of that is like a name bias. You know, I hear so much more about Mark Stahl than I do about Sekera, but that's not anything to do with the style of play as much as where they play. I'd have to do a deeper comparison.
That's true. I mean, Carolina's not really a hotbed for NHL notoriety. It's right, especially right now since their team's struggling. So you don't necessarily get to see him play as much. So maybe I just haven't watched enough Carolina games to appreciate how good he is on both ends of the ice.
Yeah. But I don't know. I'm not that big on Mike Green.
If Barry Trotz can't turn him into a good defenseman, I don't know who can.
I mean, and we've definitely seen Trotz fail. Looking at Mr. Del Zaster over in Philly, who scored tonight.
I think that Mike Green has made a concerted effort this year to play better defensively. So I don't think he's going to command the same price. Right now he's making $6 million a year. I don't think there's any way anybody's going to pay that much for him again. But I definitely don't think Mike Green's a terrible player. I just think that he's overpriced, which makes people feel like he's not valuable. And the fact that he scored so many points early in his career affects the fact that people say this because people look at the fact of his defensive liabilities. But the fact is the guy can still skate. And anybody that can skate, especially on the defensive end, is a good player, in my opinion. So you just have to get him to play smarter. And if he can become a better defenseman this year under Barry Trotz, I still think that he's going to be a great asset to any team he goes to.
Yeah, he's definitely an asset. I mean, it's great to have guys who can score from the blue line. He's got 11 points in 15 games this year, which is quite more than respectable for a defenseman. He had 38 and 70 games last year. It was a bad year for him, but it was a bad year for everyone on that team. So
I think maybe even more importantly than just his point totals is he's +5 right now.
That means nothing.
Well, you say plus minus means nothing, but when you look at his career, the guy's been, I mean, aside from when the Capitals were winning President's trophies, the guy's been not necessarily the greatest plus-minus player. So
tanks and means nothing.
Okay, you can say that, but if he ends up this season being, let's just say we're fifth of the way through the season, if he maintains that pace and he's like a +20 this season on a team that's mediocre, to me that says something. That tells me that he's improved defensively. Because his point totals, we all know he's going to score points on the power play. You don't get pluses for that. So if he's maintaining a good plus-minus, a decent above-average plus-minus of, say, +20 throughout the season, when he's playing 5-on-5, that tells me that he's improved defensively.
Or maybe it means that he's paired with Matt Niskanen, and Matt Niskanen is going to help this team this year. Or maybe it means that Braden Holtby has a really great year. You know? Or maybe it means that Alex Ovechkin backchucks a lot more, and so brings up everyone's plus-minus.
Alex Ovechkin looks like a much better player this season, by the way.
He does. He looks awesome.
I know he's not scoring as much as he was last season, but just the Capitals are one of my favorite teams to watch. Alexander Ovechkin is my favorite player to watch in the league. Just as a player, he's exciting. I've loved watching him ever since he came in the league. I watch way more Capitals games than pretty much anybody on the East Coast, and he looks just so much more complete as a player this season than he did last year.
Yeah, I'd agree absolutely. I haven't watched that many Capitals games in my life, but now that I'm here, I've kind of watched a couple of them. I have never seen anyone move less on the power play. He knows where he's going. He goes there. He stands there, and then he scores. And everyone knows where he's going. And everyone knows he's going to stand there, and he scores anyway. It's amazing. I've never seen anything like it.
I completely agree. And last season, he came to the West Coast. East Coast teams only come out here once a year. I couldn't make it to the Kings Capitals game, so I went to the Ducks game, and I bought a ticket, fifth row, just in front of the OV spot where he shoots twice, every, every, the 2 out of 3 periods. And I watched him score the game winner against the Ducks, and literally he just sat at that circle the entire power play. But he scored the game winner. And the thing is, I was just watching, tonight they got shut out, but I was watching their last game he played. It was the same thing. You're right. He just sits there. And the thing is, when you're defending against that, it's literally somebody is standing there the entire time, and he'll move 5 feet left, 5 feet right, 5 feet left, 5 feet right, just so that he's out of the reach of that player just slightly so he can get a shot off. And it's just, it speaks to how accurate he is when he's doing that one-timer. And Washington's power play is still second in the league. They were tied for the league last year in power play just because of him. It's...
And if it were 2006 or whatever, and I was watching that for the first time, I'd be like, oh, this is unsustainable. This might work his rookie year, but he'll have a sophomore slump, and they'll have to figure out a new way. But it's been 7 years. And he still just goes to the one spot, everyone knows he's going there, and he scores, 50 goals a year. It's absolutely amazing. He is a singular talent.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen anybody that's so hard to defend, because you're not... Well, at least on the power play. I've just never seen anybody that can score so many different ways from one spot. It's just remarkable. I really wish that he hadn't, had one off year, because realistically, I don't think he's going to hit... He might hit 700 goals. I don't think there's any way he's going to hit 800 goals, but it would have been nice to see, especially in this era of scoring, to see somebody like that, and to think of what he could have done in an era like the 80s.
Oh my God. Just 4 goals a game.
It's just ridiculous.
Just like 3 power play goals and 1 even strength goal a game. And Grant Fuhr is just standing there like, I don't know how to stop this because I don't have the butterfly yet, and everything is happening so fast. Also,
In my mind, he is the funnest player to watch in the league.
he's definitely up there for me. I really like to watch Ovechkin doesn't really like to dangle that much, you know. Although the Caps game against Columbus, he had a sweet drop pass. It was awesome. I like to watch Crosby. I like to watch Crosby, basically, is what I'm saying.
Well, Crosby is the best player in the league, and I do agree that he's fun to watch. But a lot of the points he scores are obviously assists, so it's fun. It's fun to watch him control a game. Nobody controls a game better than he does. But individually, like if you just love watching goal scoring, I don't think anybody's more fun. Yes, people are outscoring Ovechkin this season, but I think a little bit of that is also anomaly. Like Tyler Seguin has a couple hat tricks, but I don't. Stamkos can shoot as well, but
when Evgeny Malkin has games where he's really on, he's my favorite player to watch. But he doesn't have them all the time anymore.
Malkin?
Yeah.
He's more physical, obviously, and he can dominate a game every which way he wants when he's on his game. You're right.
Yeah, that's the problem. 2011, just turn on the TV and watch Malkin. That was it. But the thing I love with Crosby is that sometimes when I watch him, I almost feel like I can start to see how he's seeing the game. Obviously, I think he sees the game better than anyone in the NHL.
Agreed.
By a mile. And so I definitely can't see the way he's seeing the game, but I can see that he's seeing the game 2 steps ahead of me, and that's really intellectually engaging to watch. It makes me think more about the pace of the game and what are the options he's considering? What's he doing right now? As opposed to, I know precisely what, Ovechkin is doing. Ovechkin's going to go to his spot and score a goal.
Yeah.
Which is super fun to watch, but I think Crosby's really interesting to watch.
The thing is, though, that not only does Crosby see the game as well as anybody, but he's able to use his ability in those situations. Because I think that there's other guys in the league that see the game almost as well as Crosby does, like a Joe Thornton or a Ryan Getzlaf. Getzlaf sees the ice so well. Getzlaf might actually be a better passer than Crosby is, but he doesn't have the skill that Crosby does. Getzlaf came in second in scoring last season. He's a great player. But it's like Crosby not only sees the ice so well, but he's able to do whatever he wants with that. Whereas some players see the ice really well and can't convert it into as many opportunities or goals as Crosby does.
Yeah, he's the whole package. Crosby's great. Anyways, I don't know how we got on that topic. Well, I know, but I don't know how everything I do involves into me praising Sidney Crosby.
I asked, who's the funnest player to watch in the league? Baseball says Homer pick, but Jeff Skinner. Jeff Skinner is a very fun player to watch, but I feel like he's only fun in the offensive zone. So
I feel like Jeff Skinner was more fun to watch in his rookie season when I wasn't constantly convinced he was going to die. That's really taken some of the fun out of Jeff Skinner for me.
Because Reason says, seriously, when Byfuglien is on his game, he's fun to watch. There are a lot of players like that I feel like Byfuglien's one of those guys that could dominate a game physically if he wanted to, but it's like he doesn't always try.
He used to when he was in Chicago.
It's the same thing with Malkin, though. Yeah, it's Malkin could literally be Mario Lemieux if he wanted to at times, but he just doesn't always do it. I don't know. I know he's had some injuries and things like that. K-Mad says Zach Cassian. Okay.
Yeah, yep, that's definitely true. I forgot what I was going to say. about Skinner.
We have a couple other guys that are mentioned, Hossa and Shea Weber. Hossa, oh
Also,
man.
it's super fun to watch. Oh,
Hossa
Dustin
is
Buckland.
super fun to watch, but man, has he had an off year right now, in my opinion.
One of my favorite things about Dustin Buckland is to try and watch people take the puck away from Dustin Buckland.
That's true.
To me, be the most entertaining thing in a hockey game. Just watch, like, this isn't a matchup you see often, but I think I watched it last year, was John Tavares at the beginning of the season trying to get the puck off Dustin Buckland. And John Tavares is a really, really great player, and it wasn't happening. It was just not happening, and it was hilarious.
Anyway.
I'm
just personal anecdote here, but as a bigger guy, like Bufflin is, I gotta say, sometimes it's just fun to toy with people when you're actually playing hockey and do that kind of shit. Like, there's been times when you're playing a game of hockey and when you're just bigger than people and more physical, and you literally have like one or two guys draped on you, like Bufflin will, and you're like, haha. Like, it's just fun. Like, I feel the same way. Like, if you can just literally, like, it's fun to toy with people who think that they can out-physical you, and Bufflin can do that at times, where he's just like, you know what, I'm bigger than everybody, like, let me just go through all of you. And Shea Weber, Shea Weber, oh my god. If Shea Weber didn't play in Nashville, he would have won like 3 Norris trophies already. That guy can do everything defensively. If he doesn't win the Norris Trophy this year, oh man, Mark Giordano's having a good year, but man, somebody just needs to give Shea Weber a Norris Trophy one of these years. Because the guy
should hand over the 2011 Norris Trophy because it should have been Shea Weber's.
Oh. Yes.
Nick Lidstrom and Duncan Keith can both give up their Norris Trophies because Duncan Keith can keep the one from 2010. Hand over the 2013 one.
Pace Farm still making a case for Skinner. Yes, he is maybe the best skater in the league at times. Man, it's fun to watch people skate. And this is one of those things that I came back to earlier about how hockey is such a complete game athletically.
I don't know. Is Skinner a better skater?
Because Reasons loves Bufflin because of his physical play. You can love Skinner because of his agility. And this is what's so great about hockey is there's so many different aspects to the game that you can love players for so many different things. I love Ovechkin because of his ability to score. You love Skinner because he can skate, and because Reasons loves Bufflin because of his physical play. It's the beauty of the game. It's just such a beautiful sport. And I'm totally biased, and I don't care.
Is Jeff Skinner really a better skater than, like, Grabner?
Grabner might be faster. Jeff Skinner might be a better overall skater. I mean, Nathan McKinnon's super fast. I don't know if he's necessarily a better skater overall. I mean, Jeff Skinner is ridiculous skater.
Yeah,
if you're watching,
East-West skater.
What's that?
Jeff Skinner's definitely a better, like, East-West skater than McKinnon is, at least right now.
Gaborik used to be the best skater in the league, hands down. I mean,
there's
guys. Yeah, but he could score too. That's the thing. Gaborik has great scoring ability when he's on his game. Unfortunately, he's in LA now, where nobody scores goals, so it is what it is.
No one does score goals in LA.
It's true.
Except for Patrick Kane.
I've said this before, but over the last 3 years in the regular season, LA has had the worst shooting percentage in the league. So.
Yeah, you're like the opposite of Anaheim, because everyone goes to Anaheim and their shooting percentage goes up like a full point.
I know. It's ridiculous.
They go to LA and it goes
Anaheim had the best scoring. Anaheim had the best shooting percentage in the league last year. If I might be wrong, but I'm pretty damn sure I'm right. I will check it right now, but yeah, Anaheim had the best shooting percentage in the league. I think Buffalo had the worst last year, but over the last 3 years, the Kings have had the worst. I know for sure over the last 3 years, the Kings have the worst shooting percentage in the league.
Anaheim is like the reason everyone had to rethink PDO. Anaheim is the reason that relative PDO exists. It's ridiculous. Also, I'm watching this Vancouver game, and can I say I just really enjoy Lyndon Vay's last name.
You love what?
Lyndon Vay's last name. Vay is just a great last name.
Yeah,
With
he's a
Sharp on the jersey.
guy that we couldn't keep.
Yeah, the Canucks have Stanton, who was one of ours that we couldn't keep. I loved Ryan Stanton. Oh well. Now we have CBR.
Lyndon Vay is a guy that he just didn't have room for another center, so we basically traded him off. So
Too many centers is not a problem the Blackhawks have.
Kella Mormine says that Pecorine he loves to watch. That's a good point. I mean, some people love watching goaltenders, and there are definitely players like Pecorine who steal games that you love to watch. I love watching great goaltenders like Lundqvist. I love watching Quick's legwork. I don't always love watching Quick just because I'm a Kings fan, because he makes me nervous when he handles the puck, but there's different players that play different ways, and Pecorine is a guy that can play any way he feels like in goal and still do well. Henrik Lundqvist is another goaltender that I love to watch because he plays so deep in the net, and it's a little bit unique to today's goaltending. And it's so many goaltenders come out to challenge the puck a lot more than he does. But Lundqvist is just so fast that it doesn't matter.
This Nashville team is just so much fun to watch. I've watched a whole lot of their games. They really are. I mean, we've already talked about Shea Weber is really fun to watch. Renee is really fun to watch. You know, I love watching Seth Jones, just because it's cool to see him develop. You can definitely tell versus this time last year how much better of a player he is. Josie's fun to watch. Josie's a great defenseman on the rush. No defenseman in Nashville will ever get enough credit since Shea Weber is there, but Josie's really good. And now they've got some good offensive talent. Forsberg's fun to watch. Forsberg's had some great goals. James Neal is James Neal, whatever.
So, I threw out a question right now, but so we were talking about Lyndon Vay. He's a guy that the Canucks picked up from the Kings. He's obviously having a good start to the year, but I wouldn't necessarily say he's having a great season. But I asked, who is the best off-season pickup so far this season? If you had to pick somebody that a team picked up during this last off-season, who would you say is the best acquisition for a team? I mean, obviously, Patrick Hornquist is scoring the most of anybody that's been traded, but I don't necessarily know that he helps Pittsburgh more than a James Neal would have. James Neal's been great for Nashville, so I kind of feel like both players help their own teams in the same way. Do you feel that even though Hornquist has scored the most for a team for a new team that he's been acquired by, do you necessarily think that he was the best pickup for that team?
This is a great question because this year, so many of the people we thought were going to be really great pickups have not panned out so far. Brad Richards looked mediocre in Chicago. The Stars looked bad, so therefore Spezza and Hemsky looked bad. I think Rabada has been a really, really good pickup. I think the Kessler deal, it's not really a pickup in the offseason, but it is a deal. It's an offseason deal. Whatever. I think the Kessler deal looks really good for the Ducks so far, even though Bonino's having a good season.
He looked really good a couple nights ago. I think he's finally finding his way. He was the number one star 2 nights ago, and he scored a great goal against the Kings on a wraparound.
Yeah, it was a really nice play. But yeah, I think, I don't know, the James Neal deal, I'm glad that James Neal is scoring without Evgeny Malkin, because that would have sucked for Nashville, which I kind of like Nashville. I don't really care about James Neal. I think that Hornqvist, okay, of course he's scoring with Crosby. I also would like to see it more. Does he keep scoring with Crosby? Does he get moved off that line, get shuffled around? It's too early to tell on that one.
Because reason throw out a guy that I was going to mention, aside from just Lyndon Vay, but Nick Bonino, who was traded for Kessler, actually has more points than Kessler in Vancouver right now. He has 14 points through 17 games, and he's playing great for Vancouver. I think that so far has been a great move for a team that is currently second in that division. So Nick Bonino is a good one that I think might end up making Vancouver forget about Kessler just a little bit. So finish the Jewels, says Strawman. Strawman down in Tampa Bay wasn't expected to be the number one defenseman, but because Victor Hedman's been hurt, as we mentioned earlier tonight, he's been stepping up as the number one defenseman and has been playing great down in Tampa Bay, and Tampa Bay obviously has been playing great as well, so that's a very good one as well. I like that choice. I think also, I mean, Scott Hartnell started a little slow, but Columbus in general has been through so many injuries and has struggled so mightily, but Scott Hartnell still has 14 points in 16 games, so I think Scott Hartnell for Columbus is another guy that you got to look at and say, you know what, that was probably a good move for Columbus in the long run.
That was a great trade. You joking? For Columbus, I love the Hartnell trade. I mean...
Yeah, and you were talking about Verbata earlier, but, I mean, Scott Hartnell's actually scored more than Verbata this season on a team that's struggled, whereas Verbata has been playing online with the Sedins. So, yeah, I love that trade myself. So,
it was a pretty puzzling trade. It was, I guess, very Philadelphia of them. But yeah, Columbus has been so bad. You're right. I hadn't really thought about the fact Hartnell has 14 points in 16 games.
Yeah,
I did not know that.
Yeah, no, he's playing. He's been playing really. He had a rough first couple of weeks with the team, but since then he's been turning it on. And obviously, because of injuries and other things like that, he's basically been a first line guy with them. Ryan Johansson's been playing great since his whole holdout situation. But yeah, Scott Hartnell. I mean, he had, I think, 4 goals last week for the team, so either a week or two ago. I think Nashville in general, though, has done the best with their offseason moves. James Neal and Mike Ribeiro are second and third for their team in scoring right now, behind Philippe Forsberg. And Forsberg's just having a ridiculous season, as we mentioned, but Nashville made a couple good moves in picking up those two guys.
Yeah, if Ribeiro has had a lot of ink spilled on him as a player, but if he can fit into the system that Laviolette is creating, that's great. Nashville took a couple of risks this offseason. We saw a lot of sort of short deal, low term, low value deals, like the Heatley deal, like Roy, like Ribeiro, and a lot of them aren't going to work out, and maybe this one will. And so that's why teams make them, at the risk of sounding obvious.
Well, sometimes it is obvious when you're picking certain people, so. I am... No, go ahead. What were you going to say?
No, I know Dave isn't as high on Nashville as you and I both are, but he's not here, so we'll just say nice things about Nashville and no one will contradict us.
I just don't know why. Like, I know that you could say that they're playing above their level, but realistically, why? Like, I don't think Philippe Forsberg is going to continue his pace, but that team is filled with a lot of solid veterans. Like, it's not like they have a scrub team, really. And guys like Seth Jones were only going to get better. Their defense was improved. I mean, Ellis is playing great. UC's playing great. Shea Weber is always great. It's you got Pecorine back. I just never understood, aside from the offense, why people were hating on Nashville in general. So.
I mean, they had 2 bad years in a row. Last year, Pecorine was injured, and so of course they had a bad year. And the year before that, I think people forgot how surprising it was that they weren't good in the lockout year. But a lot of things were weird about that year, with the exception of the Blackhawks winning the Stanley Cup, which is totally normal and not weird at all.
Oh, of course.
Naturally. But no, I think this is a team that's, Nashville, of course, hasn't won a cup, but it's not a bad team historically. They won a President's Trophy, right? 2007, something like that?
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree.
So, great, another team to worry about in the Central. Awesome.
Awesome. Well, I don't really have a lot of other questions right now. I don't know if you did or not, but...
Not really. And this Anaheim game, or the Arizona game, is frankly not that inspiring.
Well, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of Arizona people that listen to our show, so... I know we have a couple of Vancouver people that might, but...
I was going to say, we do have an Ari who listens to the show, but
we
she's
do?
not a Vancouver fan. Yeah, me.
Well, yeah. I'm just going to throw it out there, but I don't know if anybody else has any other questions. I think that tonight's a little lacking in the drama. I know that we've had a couple long shows the last couple weeks. I kind of feel like I know that some people have made fun of the fact of how long we've gone the last couple weeks, but I don't really care because to me it's like it's Friday night, and for me at least, I'm on the West Coast. It's like it's only 8:20 here. I can still go out tonight. So for me, it's like I know that some of you guys on the East Coast have given up or gone out or gone to bed, but if anybody has any other questions before we get off tonight, let us know.
Yeah, otherwise direct your questions for next week. We'll be back. It's not a bad thing if not every show is 4 hours. Although I like the pace of the show. It's very California of you.
What, the pace of this show?
Yeah.
Well, we used to do... The thing is, as far as the other podcasts that we do on our Hockey Cast, I know that a lot of them are more scripted and things like that. It kind of felt like when we did that, it's a Friday night, and like I said, I'm on the West Coast, so usually I start doing this pretty soon after I get off work, and if people have stuff to do, I mean, Dave's gone to play hockey tonight, or, other people are doing other things, it is what it is, but there's usually a few games on a Friday night, and people are watching, or they just want to listen or talk about hockey in general, and I don't mind that, because it's usually I still have time to, go out and do whatever I want to do on a Friday night. So, for me, I like talking hockey. Like, I wouldn't do this if I didn't enjoy hockey. I enjoy talking to you, and I enjoy talking to other Daves, and I enjoy the people that chime in with questions. So, I appreciate everybody that does what they do, and I generally do.
We appreciate you.
Oh, I appreciate that. I generally do I love talking hockey. Like, you don't have a lot of hockey conversation in general here in Southern California. I mean, I know I'm on Our Hockey or I do other things online, but you don't have a lot of hockey conversation in general in your day-to-day. So when I do this once a week, it's like I like talking hockey. So if anybody has any questions about anything, And we don't always have a ton, like tonight we haven't had a ton of listeners, but we have had some listeners. Or some nights, like a couple weeks ago, we had a lot of listeners. So it just depends. And it's just fun for me. And if anybody else enjoys it, I hope they do. But
it's fun. It's fun for me to bounce ideas and talk about shit with smart hockey minds. Dave, you know a ton about hockey. The other two Daves also know a lot about hockey. Although they're not here, so I can say shit about them.
That's fine. I mean, the thing is, you have guys like Blinson, who's a fairly new hockey fan. I mean, Minnesota Dave knows a lot about hockey. So yeah, it's just, I know I'm older and I've watched more hockey than a lot of people that are, especially on Reddit. I don't mind sharing. I haven't actually talked that much about the history of hockey tonight, so you can be proud about that.
Well, to be fair, last week you had 4 educational moments. So.
Well, if you want more educational moments, I can give you more educational moments. No, I love the game. I really do. So I hope that other people do too.
I think among our listeners, we can safely say they do love hockey.
Yes.
I'm pretty confident.
Well, we're not getting any more questions from people, and I don't really have much else to ask tonight or say anything other than as far as this week in hockey goes, we covered some of the topics about people getting suspended for performance-enhancing drugs, or I guess the only other thing maybe we could talk about is just a topic today and this week, which I wrote a little bit on my own blog, was betting on hockey. But I don't think the majority of our fan base or just Reddit in general does a whole lot of betting on hockey. We do fantasy, and like I said, I'm one of the mods over on Fantasy Hockey for Reddit, but Gary Bettman and the NHL have come to an agreement with DraftKings.com. If you're not familiar with DraftKings or FanDuel, which is similar, basically it's a one-day fantasy hockey thing where you set a lineup, you can play head-to-head or against multiple people, and basically try to win money. So with that said, also with the NHL, supposedly a lot of people are of the opinion that the NHL is going to expand to Las Vegas, which will be the first North American sports league to expand to Las Vegas. And Las Vegas has been a hot topic for several different things as far as sports go, because the NCAA is the only sport that really participates in Las Vegas, and that's UNLV. But UNLV is off the books in Vegas, so you can't bet on any Vegas college teams because they feel that it might lead to people basically trying to cheat the system. And
absolutely, it would absolutely lead to that.
The thing is, Vegas is a bigger city than some cities that actually have professional sports teams. So I think that Vegas could support a team as well as any other of the Sunbelt cities. But it's pretty much a lot of people, including people that don't necessarily talk about hockey. I mean, I listen to Dan Patrick's show every day, and if you don't know Dan Patrick, he was obviously a Sports Center guy on ESPN for a long time. He has a podcast on NBC. He's a big sports guy. He's basically said he's heard from insider sources, and he's been a sports guy for long enough that it's pretty much a given either the Maloofs or somebody else are going to own a team in Vegas soon. So I don't really feel that it's that big of a deal. Like, I know now that the NHL has a deal with DraftKings, which does basically betting on hockey every day, and now supposedly Las Vegas is going to get a team, some people feel it's going to be a big deal. But do you feel in any way that it's going to compromise the integrity of the league to get a team in Las Vegas?
I don't know. Here's my worry about betting. When I don't know what the deal is right now with betting on minor hockey. Is that a thing that I know you can bet on the NHL, at least in Canada? Can you bet on minor hockey?
In minor league?
Yeah, like can you bet on like the QMJHL?
I don't know of any site that does. I myself do bet on hockey, and I
Yeah, I
do
know
play
you
fantasy
can.
sports. I play on fantasy. I already play on DraftKings and FanDuel. I also bet on hockey on BetUS, which is even though it says BetUS, like BetUS.com, BetUS is actually run through a Canadian company. So, I don't really bet on sports in general other than hockey because it's the only sport I feel confident enough to bet on, and I feel that I actually can win money on because I know enough about hockey. So, yes, I do bet on hockey, but they only bet, as far as I know, on NHL and international stuff. So, I bet on NHL stuff, and I've bet on the Olympics and other international stuff in the past. I have never seen them put a line on minor league hockey like they would on college sports.
I wonder, can you bet? I bet you can bet on like the World Juniors.
I would imagine too, but that might be through like Bodog or somebody over in Europe, which I don't necessarily use. So I am not knowledgeable enough on that to tell you yes or no.
My concern with that is those players are much more susceptible to pressure than professional players. Both because they're younger, because they don't make as much money, um, and they're just like more unsavory influence. And that's been a problem in tennis. That like on the challenger tours, there's huge challenger is like a level and a half below the tennis you would watch on like the FUS Open. Um, it's a huge issue that people bet massively on it and then harass the players, and it's led to a couple of match fixing scandals. I don't think that putting a team in Las Vegas would necessarily compromise the NHL in any way. I think that we're setting another team up to fail. I'm not confident in the research that's been done on the market viability of a team there. I'm worried that after the first couple of seasons, it's going to be a problem in terms of attendance. Um, I don't really know that the league is prepared to market a team in a place like Las Vegas, which has no professional sports teams, like you said. There's not a culture that you can sort of latch onto or build around. And if a team is going to be bad for the first couple of years, which every expansion team is, presuming they don't just move a team there, but whatever team they move would be bad too. If the team's going to be bad for a couple of years, are you looking at if they establish a team in 2018, they start playing in 2019, by 2025 there's going to be talk about moving them to Quebec City.
Well, yeah, and another thing I worry about is like when you expand to Las Vegas, you do the expansion draft. Let's just say, I'm not going to call out one particular goaltender, but you're going to hold on to your number one goaltender when you do the expansion draft. Let's just say that backup goaltender is like a career backup. What's to say somebody that's a career backup's not going to be like, you know what? Some guy from the mob in Las Vegas is going to pay me $1 million to throw one game. Like, it's one of those things where it makes you kind of iffy when you go into there. And I've actually the Kings do a preseason game in Las Vegas every year. It's never on the books because it's preseason, but I've been to Vegas several times to watch the Kings in preseason, and it's a good atmosphere actually. But that's also a one time, sometimes two times. Like a couple years ago, they played 2 preseason games in Las Vegas. It's like I worry that especially in the first couple years that they're a team, that they know that they're going to suck, like you said. So why wouldn't some career backup that's drafted in the expansion draft be like, you know what, I'm going to throw this game and make an extra $1 million for myself? So you kind of wonder about that kind of thing.
I hadn't really thought about it. I don't know. I mean, I understand Las Vegas is a den of sin and iniquity and whatever, but I don't understand why that couldn't happen in Miami, which is also a den of sin and iniquity. You know, why are we more worried about Las Vegas than we are about Miami, where the team is literally owned by the mob? So,
I just
that was
wonder
my
if it's going to put a black mark on the NHL. And
I
it's
guess if
gonna.
it was a big scandal, it could put a black mark on the NHL. That's certainly possible. I just don't want another team. I don't want us to dilute the talent for a team that's going to be another big question mark and a financial drain on the league.
I don't think financially it's going to be a problem at all, personally. Like, I totally don't think that at all. I think there's
like
way too much
maybe
money in Vegas to where they would ever. It's not, in my opinion, you're going to end up having an arena on the strip, and you're going to draw fans in regardless, and you're going to have a fan base where you're going to draw in enough people that it's not going to matter because the casinos are going to buy all these suites. And that's basically how these teams, like the Kings, have so many suites, they basically make all their money back on suites. So you're going to have the same deal in Las Vegas. You're basically going to have a ton of suites, and all these casinos are going to buy up the suites, and you're going to make all your money back. I don't think financially you're going to have a problem.
maybe
I think the problem is the integrity of the league and whether people actually feel that the team's deserving, if in any way they lack ever in attendance. But I don't think financially it's going to be a problem just because of all the money in Vegas.
I totally disagree.
Okay.
I think that maybe that's true for the first 2 years, 3 years, but if the team is still bad in 4 or 5 years, and there's, not a lot of product on the ice to watch, and if you haven't built a fan base because the team isn't good, and the team is old hat, it's not new anymore, are those casinos going to keep buying suites? Are people going to want to go to that? I think that maybe the immediate concern isn't financial, but I don't think there's a long-term plan in terms of ensuring the financial stability of a team in Las Vegas. And I don't think the NHL has ever had a long-term plan in terms of ensuring the financial viability of an expansion team, which is why we're still fucking dealing with Arizona.
And Miami / Florida.
And Miami. Yeah. Sunrise.
I understand your concern. I just feel that there's so much money in Vegas that that's not going to be a problem. Unlike, I don't know if you've ever been to Vegas or not, but
yeah, I was 8, so no.
Okay. I just feel like Miami in general is a terrible market for sports, so that's a different story. It's not just the Panthers. The Marlins in baseball struggle. The Heat, aside from when they had LeBron James, struggled. The Dolphins, even though they've been an institution there forever, struggle to sell out every game. Miami is a terrible sports market. That is not a good thing to gauge any fan base in America by. Miami is maybe the worst sports market in America. Arizona put their stadium in a terrible place. It's not in downtown. Like, the Phoenix Suns in basketball play in a different arena than the Arizona Cardinals do, and they do okay because they're in the heart of the city. So both of those situations are a little bit different. If you put an arena on the Strip in Vegas, I don't think it'll be a problem because you're going to draw a ton of people and you're going to have a ton of money from investors and casinos. So, in my opinion, that's not going to be the problem. My problem is whether they suck and whether people think that people start questioning whether they're throwing games or things like that. So that's my biggest concern. I don't think money's going to be a problem for them there. And the league is going to get $400 million regardless for an expansion franchise. Whoever decides to build the team in Las Vegas is automatically going to infuse $400 million into the league. So,
yeah.
By the way, Arizona just scored 2 goals really quick.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I picked up Martin Hansel today, so that's awesome.
No, they just scored 2 goals within about 10 seconds. Not even 10 seconds. So it's now 3-0 Arizona. over Vancouver.
Oh, they just scored again. Oh, it's out of replay. This is like the 2013 Stanley Cup final. I don't know what's going on.
They scored, and then they scored again off the face-off. So, yeah, it was like 2 goals within 10 seconds.
Yeah, this is crazy. And now they're on the power play.
Yep. Nick Bonino. Way to go.
Yeah, we jinxed him. And
Way to let me call you out as
reversed,
one of the better acquisitions and then get a penalty. I see how it is.
we may have
That's okay.
reverse jinxed Mike Smith. Mike Smith might have a great game tonight because we talked shit about him all night. That would be a very me thing to have happen.
Yeah.
Oh, Mike Smith's not in goal. It's Devin Dubnyk. Never mind.
And he has actually had a resurgence this year. Devin
I mean,
Dubnyk was the worst goalie in hockey last season, and he's come to Arizona and been their savior in quite a few games this season. Like, it's just weird how hockey works sometimes.
I mean, he couldn't possibly be in a worse state than after last season was basically the worst season a goaltender could have.
Pretty
He
much.
had an abysmal season in Edmonton, and then Edmonton was like, we don't want you anymore. And then he had an abysmal season in Nashville, behind one of the best defenses in the NHL, which is just sad. And then he got dropped to die in Phoenix. Now he's doing great, so good for you. I admire your tenacity, because I would have been tempted to just abandon all hope.
I love that about players in general. Like, a couple nights ago, when I was at the Ducks game, they pulled their goalie, Frederik Andersen, and they brought in Jason LaBarbera, who ended up winning the game for them. And if you don't know anything about Jason LaBarbera, he is a journeyman goaltender. He played for the Kings before. He's played all over the league.
Played for the Blackhawks
he actually
last year.
played for Arizona. He played for the Blackhawks too?
Yep.
Okay.
Back when both of our goalies were injured.
And
we had the Barbara.
it's just hard not to root for a guy like that. Like, the guy has never been a true number one anywhere, but just continues to love the game. He was playing the AHL this season until John Gibson and Frederik Andersen both got hurt for Anaheim. It's like, you just gotta love guys like that. Like, I know I don't love the Ducks, but you gotta root for players like that just have the tenacity and are like, I'm not gonna give up on my dream. I love guys like that in any sport.
Yeah, for sure. Just recently, Max Talbot played his 200th game. And Max Talbot has never played for a team that I particularly like. He played for Pittsburgh, then he played for Philly, now he plays for Colorado. But he's a guy that, you know, probably wouldn't have expected to make the NHL. Just worked so hard to create a space for himself as this gritty type of player, and now made a really successful career out of it. And it's awesome. You have to love and admire that kind of work. So.
I think that speaks to the mindset of a professional athlete, though.
I mean, definitely
some professional athletes make it on skill, some make it on hard work.
Yeah, and I mean, some people
make it on both. The guys that are great do both.
But and some of the guys who make it on hard work, you know, you see it more than others. But it's definitely something I admire. And players who have bad games, especially goalies. I could never be a goalie.
You know, I've played goalie, and there is this mindset. Like, sometimes, like, I originally wanted to play goalie, but I just never had the money to play it as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
It's really expensive to play goalie. So, it's just, like, it's this you versus the world mentality. And I appreciate that. It's like a goalie has to have the confidence to believe that he can stop anything. And he also has to have the belief that pretty much any time he doesn't play well, that he can come back and do it again. And I love goaltenders in every sport. It's really maybe my favorite position in sports, just because of the mentality that they have. This never die attitude, this I'm going to come back and do it again better. This, you know, it is, like everybody says goaltenders are a different breed, and it's really true. You have to believe in yourself more than anybody else ever believes in you.
I think that for me, the thing about goaltenders the most is not, like, having a bad game and then getting out there the next day. It's letting in like an abysmal goal, letting in the hat trick goal, or the goal that ties the lead or whatever. The worst goal you could let in that night, and then turning around, having a drink of water and having to be, just as confident as you were before you let in that goal. I just cannot even. I wish I could have the kind of confidence that you put on like that, but it's definitely a mental game, and it's really cool.
Yeah, and there's guys that have a ton of physical ability that don't make it because they have a mental block.
Yeah. And there are guys who probably outplay themselves every night because of their mental game.
There's a mental thing about goaltenders. I think even more today we see that than ever. Because back in the day when there used to be ties, it's like a goalie could just be like, you know what, I'm going to go into my shell and I'm just going to tie this game and I'm going to block stuff. But now, once you have shootouts, it's like once you're in a shootout, and that's another thing. Like 2 nights ago, Jason LaBarbera beat Jonathan Quick in a shootout. And he came in as a relief. Like, when you're going up against a guy like Jonathan Quick, and you're like, you know what, I got to beat Jonathan Quick in a shootout. I know that you're relying on your shooters to do it too, but he did it. Like, that takes a mental ability that most people don't have, regardless. Because Jonathan Quick, 2-time Stanley Cup winner, Conn Smythe winner, second in the league in save percentage going into the game. It's like, this guy, in general, has a good shootout record. It's all athletes know what other athletes' stats are, like whether they want to admit it or not. It's just.
Oh man, Arizona just scored again.
I know, Shane Doe.
This is awesome.
But I'm just saying, like that's the thing that I appreciate. Like even though my team lost that game, you have to look at Jason LaBarbera and say, you know what, I got to give you credit, man.
Yeah, it's also like it's awesome. Sports give us an opportunity in our daily life to feel triumph and to feel the high of victory and the low of defeat, because sports allow us to access, something that feels greater, even if it really is trivial. And it's to imagine Jason LaBarbera like going home after that game is awesome. Like that was the happiest guy in California that night.
Exactly.
And that's just great.
And you feel that like you live vicariously through the athletes that you watch.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And that's maybe the greatest thing about sports is even though you can never do what these guys do on a professional level, you still live through them. And that's why we love it. Because we might, you did figure skating, I played different sports. It's like we've all had our moments in our lifetime where we've done something where like I can't believe I just did that physically or mentally or whatever in a sports setting. And these guys do it all the time, and you not only appreciate them for what they're doing and the dedication they have and the confidence they have, but you live through them in that way, and it just makes sports special. And I love that for it.
I think Corey Crawford said after the 2014, one of the games against Minnesota, that it's worse for us than it is for him to watch him play. Because as a fan, I mean, you see everything, and you see it multiple times, and especially in the arena, you feel it. And I don't know how true that is, but I think it definitely resonates on a level. Fans feel everything with so much heightened emotion and with such an immediacy. I definitely had games I played or routines I did where I don't remember them, but my parents can say, every moment that it looked like there was going to be a misstep or every gate I missed when I was skiing. And it's really special about being a sports fan. And that's why I love sports fans in general. Even if I meet people who don't like any of the sports I like, I don't really understand soccer. People who love Premier League soccer, I love them. Because that kind of passion and enthusiasm about something else, about a game that you think is beautiful and great, is just really special.
Yeah, and it's true. I mean, I went to a beer league game a week and a half ago, And my buddy, who I've played roller hockey with for several seasons, was playing his first ice hockey game ever. And I was living through him in that moment. It doesn't even matter if it's a professional. But he was a decent roller hockey player, and he looked lost on ice skates. But you felt for him because you knew that he could see the game better than he could play it. And he got a breakaway, and he totally blew it. And you could totally feel it for him at that time. So even if it's not at a professional level, you do feel it, when you're seeing it through your kids or through your friends or whatever else it is. And sports is drama, and it's emotion, and you love that. So
Yeah, for sure.
But my buddy did score next week, so he redeemed himself.
Yeah, I'm really invested in your buddy's hockey career now. You told the story, and you told me about how excited he was, and now he missed the breakaway, and now he scored the next game. It's like you're really building me up here.
But that's the thing is I'm probably gonna go watch him again next Wednesday just because it's close to my house and I like going to watch my friends play, and it doesn't matter it doesn't matter what level it's at. If you're invested in somebody emotionally, I was actually supposed to play in that league until I got in a car accident a couple weeks ago. Well, 3 weeks ago, whatever now. And I was going to play in that league. I told him I'd play in that league, but then I had to pay for a new car. So it's yeah, you emotionally invest in people, whether it's professionally or amateurly or whatever. And that's the beauty of sports. I love sports. And sometimes people are like, why do you love sports so much? And it's like, because it's real. I could watch. I don't watch a lot of TV myself. I know that you can emotionally invest yourself in characters in television or things like that. I have a hard time doing that. I know that there is this thing where you have to disassociate yourself emotionally or mentally from movie characters or TV characters or things like that. And there are TV shows or movies that I love that you can do that, or just I'm gonna crack my voice because that's awesome. But to me, sports is the ultimate entertainment because it is emotional, and I think that that's one thing that not only myself and other people, but sometimes I feel like I know that you're a woman, but sometimes I run into women, that you date or you do whatever with, but they don't understand sports and they don't understand how emotional it can be. And I think that men in general don't understand how emotional they get about sports. And sports is something that you feel emotionally that you don't always convey personally. So
I think a lot of women don't have the opportunity to grow up living through sports.
Agreed.
Yeah, and I think that it's easier if you start when you're young, which is true of basically everything. But I was kind of supposed to be a boy, and I think that my dad was just like, "Fuck it, she's just gonna love baseball, and that's the way it is." And so I really did grow up not playing that many team sports, but watching baseball and basketball and hockey pretty religiously. And then once you have the kid's emotional attachment to a player, to a team, to a game, you just love it forever. And that's magical.
Yeah.
It's a way to keep the hold on to something that you love unconditionally, which there aren't that many things when you grow up.
My brother right now, my older brother, is living with a girl who doesn't like sports at all. And my brother loves sports. And I don't like he'll convey to me that it frustrates him at times. Because my brother, like me, is not super emotional. But in the right context, I think all men are emotional in their own way. And I think that sports is an outlet for that in general. Because we feel things visually more than we do, like we don't necessarily always, we aren't always as like my empathy level is not as always as high as it should be. But when we see other people experience things, we understand it. So, especially in the context of things that we've experienced. So, while women definitely do feel things on a different level, I think that sports is one of those things and why men love it so much, because we feel it maybe on a different level. Maybe because we've experienced, maybe because we're expected to play sports or
Yeah.
to understand sports more than women are.
And I think that sports are one way in which society says that it's good and allowable for men to express emotion. And so
Yes.
in that way, I think that it's a little bit more unique of a catharsis for men than it is for women,
Yes.
um, which is great. Like, it is good that women have that sports as an emotional outlet and also have other emotional outlets. Like, one thing that I think that needs to be fixed about society is that men ought to have more emotional outlets. Um, but like it's also a great way to connect to people who use sport as an outlet is through sports. Um, and like whether it's your own fan or I talk a lot of game about hating every other team in the NHL, but the reality is that with probably every team, I can talk to a fan about something special that happened to their team, and like it's an immediate connection, and that's awesome.
I completely agree. And like sometimes people, like sometimes I probably wear my jerseys too often in general. But you know what? Like I have expressed to people before that sports is a gate almost to people. Like you open up to people based on sports. And having worked as a bouncer at bars for a long time and making a lot of small talk with people, um, sports is one of those outlets where you can start with somebody. It's one of those small topic things that's not like religion or politics or some other thing where people are so divided. Even if you're divided in sports and you hate somebody else's team, you still feel the same emotions that they do about things, and you relate to things in the same way that you wouldn't necessarily always with other things. Like you don't have this deep-seated philosophical or theological difference. You don't have this divide. And sports is a common factor, regardless of whether you're, from America or North Korea or any other country or creed or whatever else it is. And I love that for it. And I wish more people in general didn't discount sports as just sports. Like I almost feel like people discount sports as just a game. And while it is a game, I feel like sports in general is far deeper than just a game.
Yeah, for sure. Um, and you only have to live, I think, in a city that goes through like a deep playoff run to feel that immediately. Like I knew a lot of people who could talk a lot of shit about, how often I watch the Blackhawks and how much I talk about hockey, who after 2010 or after 2013, if they weren't there in 2010, um, stopped talking shit. Because it really can, not just bring, two people together in a bar, but really the whole city together. And that when you got on a bus and you were making small talk with the, bus driver, you might talk about the Blackhawks. Or if you were waiting for your table at a restaurant, the concierge would be talking about the Blackhawks, or not concierge, maitre d' would be talking about the Blackhawks to one of the waiters. And to go everywhere in a city and feel like you're all on the exact same page is an awesome feeling. Even wearing your jersey around town. Like, I wore my Blackhawks jersey in New York a couple of weeks ago. Blackhawks and Rangers, not exactly a rivalry. Blackhawks and Islanders, also not exactly a rivalry. But, like, I had, someone was honking at me on the street, and I was like, took out my headphones, and I was like, what? And they were like, yeah, fuck your team. And I loved that. That was, like, the highlight of my day.
Exactly.
And I was, I walked into a CVS, and someone was like, ew, really? The Blackhawks? And I was like, oh, who do you root for? And they were like, oh, Philly. And I was like, oh, sure. Go ahead and hate the Blackhawks.
Yes. And well, on Twitter, Paceform says, sports is a great sadomasochist. It's great for sadomasochists like myself. But that's even if I understand what you're saying, because he's from Carolina, and Carolina's a great college basketball team. But if you're not into that, then yeah. So, but I remember one time I went to Coachella, and if you're not familiar with Coachella, Coachella is one of the largest music festivals in America. So I happened to be at Coachella one year, and I'm a Manchester United fan. I had a Wayne Rooney jersey on. And I had so many people from England come up to me, whether they were Manchester United fans or not, and we just talked sports. And it's just a great thing to not only bring people together, whether you're divided or not. I mean, I had Liverpool fans or, Manchester City or Chelsea fans or whatever, give me shit or just talk to me or whatever. But, either whether it was in jest or not, but people relate to sports, and I love that about it.
One of my favorite moments in traveling ever, maybe, is I was in Cordoba, Argentina, the south of Buenos Aires. I was 15 years old, and I was completely by myself. I speak Spanish, but it was not as good then as it is now. And I was walking around the city, and I stopped for something, and the guy in front of me was wearing a Minnesota Twins hat. And I was like, oh my god, the world is small. And so I asked, of course I said something. I was like, hey, are you a Twins fan? He was like, oh, I don't really watch baseball. I was like, but it's a baseball team. And he was like, you're not just wearing it if you like the style. He's like, oh yeah, like one of my best friends is from Minnesota. And I was like, no way! And I made this friend with like a 30-year-old guy in Cordoba, Argentina when I was 15. And like, it's just, you're never that far. And that's also one of the great benefits of being an American. You're never that far from American sports. And that also means you're never that far from home. And that's awesome.
It's true. I mean,
international sports too, actually. Because when I was in Russia, I talked about the Olympics with all kinds of people. And that wasn't necessarily a pretty conversation because of how the Russian Olympic team did. But
I'm guessing this was Summer Olympics then.
No, I was just in Russia in August.
Oh, this last August? Oh, yeah.
So
Well, their hockey team did terrible, but.
Yeah, I'd be like, well, we played a really good game against you. And they'd be like, it doesn't matter. We didn't even make it to the playoffs. And I was like, well, we didn't win a medal either. And they were like, you didn't disgrace your country. And I was like, okay. I don't really have anything to say to that.
Well, Ari, it's 9 o'clock here.
Yeah, it's midnight. I should go to bed.
And I appreciate you sticking around. I appreciate everybody that's been listening and commenting on Twitter. Man, I am going to get off, though, because I got some stuff I'm going to do tonight and hopefully go out. I know that it's midnight there, but it's still fairly early here, so I hope everybody has an awesome weekend. We got a lot of hockey games this weekend, so good luck to everybody's team except for the Ducks because we're playing you on Saturday. And I hope that you guys at least all come back for next week. If not, I understand. We'd run long. But running long at least guarantees you that we'll be around on Friday night. So.
And don't pretend this wasn't the most emotionally deep podcast you listened to this week.
That might be true. You know what? I really do enjoy. I know this is only your second week on the Mighty Dave Show, but I really do enjoy having you here. So.
Thank you, Dave.
No problem.
I'm still so excited to be here.
I think that I'm just going to throw out there is other our hockey casts. I know the Wooden Ball Show usually does a Saturday show. Also, our hockey casts. Are you guys doing Monday or Tuesday now?
Monday.
Or not our hockey cast, but fucking
Awesome.
podcast.
Yeah, Monday.
Monday nights? Okay. And
Yeah,
our hockey cast may be back. Toddler Thursdays moved from Tuesday to Thursday. They are still doing their thing on Thursdays, so if anybody wants to chime in. That one usually runs a little early for me because I'm not even out of work by the time they start usually, but I am actually probably going to be starting another podcast that's going to be a shorter, like 30-minute one coming up soon. Just a brief recap of hockey stuff in general that's not so long-winded as this one is. This one's kind of just more free-flowing on Friday nights, but more breakdown of hockey stuff in general during the week. If anybody's interested, I don't know what that's going to be yet, but I'm going to talk to a couple people about that. So I know we've had some people express interest in a shorter 20 to 30-minute podcast that just breaks down hockey as hockey and not necessarily go into opinion pieces. So we're going to be looking into that this next week if anybody's interested. But Blinson and Abe Froman / Dave Bearding, I know that I pronounce his name wrong all the time, but whatever. I'm not sure who else is going to be in that one, but I know that I will probably be doing that one. So if anybody wants to listen. Ari, do you have anything else to hype or promote?
Nope. Just me.
Okay. Well, Ari, I'm going to hype you for you. I know that you're writing a piece every week for what? Midwest Sports?
Well, I was. The website has it's complicated. Ben and I both don't really know what's going on.
Okay.
The writing's on hold.
Ari might be writing, but if anybody wants to check it out, I write for LastWordOnSports.com. I usually do a fantasy hockey post every week. This week I actually did a post on Rob Blake going into the Hall of Fame. So if anybody wants to check out Last Word on Sports, you can follow me on Twitter at LWOSDaveGove. And you can follow Ari at Ari_Raid.
That is correct.
And that's about it. So thank you so much for listening. Have a good night, guys.
Yeah, have a good night.